Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We will wait for like 5 to 6 minutes because we have much more registrations. And we'll start shortly, inshallah. Thank you.
I think we should start, sister.
Inshallah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Sayyidina wa Nabiyyina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'een. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It is indeed a great pleasure to welcome you to AAOIFI's public hearing related to the exposure drafts of two of its governance standards. And these are the development and governance of Shari'ah compliance benchmark rates and the institutional framework for the implementation of ethics. We're holding this public hearing in collaboration with KNAKS, NSF University, ISRA Research Management Center, ADL Advisory, and Shari'ah. Let me take you briefly through the agenda of the session. The first 15 minutes is allocated for the welcoming remarks. Then we will start the discussion on the first exposure draft, which is the development and governance of Shari'ah compliant benchmark rates. We will conclude the discussion at 12 p.m. and have 15 minutes break, and then come back and resume the session at 12:15. By 2 p.m. inshallah Bahrain time, we will conclude the session. Now, please allow me to invite our brother, Dr. Sultan Amir Hidayat, the Director of the National Committee, the Director for the National Committee for Islamic Economy and Finance, KNAKS, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Dr. Sultan.
Thank you very much, sister. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, amma ba'du. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wahlul uqdatan min lisani yafqahu qawli. Respected Secretary General of AAOIFI, Brother Umar Mustafa Ansari, representative of INSIF and then ISRA Research Management Center, then also Adil Advisory, and also Salihin, all participants, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, let us praise and thank Allah the Almighty for His grace and mercy, so we may gather here virtually in this important event. Let us also convey our salawat and salam to our beloved Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the greatest role model for all humankind. It is my great pleasure to give a welcoming remark in this public hearing on two exposure draft of AAOIFI standard, namely development and governance of Shari'ah compliant benchmark rates and institutional framework for the implementation of ethics. Ladies and gentlemen, Islamic financial industry has grown significantly over the past few decades and has become an essential part of the global financial system. The industry's growth has led to an increased need for Shari'ah compliant benchmark rates to calculate returns on Islamic financial instruments, for example, such as sukuk, Islamic investment funds, and Islamic mortgages. In response to this need, the AAOIFI has developed an exposure draft, namely on the exposure draft on the development and governance of Sharia compliant benchmark rates, and has approved the issuance of this exposure draft in its 25th meeting. This draft is expected to provide guidelines for the development and governance of Sharia compliant benchmark rates in order to promote transparency, reliability, and compliance with Sharia principles in the Islamic financial industry. This draft is also expected to recognize the importance of benchmark rates in the Islamic financial industry and the need for them to be developed and governed according to Sharia principles. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic financial industry is also built on the principles of ethics, justice, and fairness. As the industry grows, there is also an increasing need for a robust institutional framework that promotes and implements this principle. In response to this need, the AAOIFI also has developed an exposure draft on the institutional framework for the implementation of ethics. One of the main reasons to develop this draft is to ensure that Islamic financial institutions are operating in a manner that is consistent with Sharia principle. The draft is expected to provide guidelines for Islamic financial institutions to develop a framework that promotes ethical behavior and ensures that all activities are conducted in a manner that is compliant with Sharia principle. And again, another reason is to promote transparency and accountability within the Islamic financial industry. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, both AAOIFI exposure draft that we are discussing today are very important. The first one is to ensure that benchmark rates used in the Islamic financial industry are reliable, transparent, and compliant with Sharia principle. The second draft is to promote and implement ethical behavior within the Islamic financial industry. Therefore, KNIKS appreciate the initiative undertaken by the AAOIFI and all partners in SIF, ISRA, Research Management, Adil Advisory, and also Solihin for conducting this public hearing. We believe that it will strengthen the stakeholders' trust to the Islamic financial industry. In closing my welcoming remark, I would like to thank AAOIFI and all other partners for collaborating with us in this public hearing. Finally, I do hope all the participants will gain useful knowledge and insight during this public hearing. Thank you very much for your kind attention. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Sultan. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ahsan Al-Hassasna, the Chief Executive Officer of Salihan Shari'ah Advisory Services, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Dr.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I would like to express my thanks and appreciation to AAOIFI for giving us this opportunity to be part of this important event. And the discussions of this two drafts are basically timely and needed, talking about the developments and governance of Sharia compliance, benchmark rates, and the institutional framework for the implementation of ethics. I just looking forward for very fruitful discussions, and hope, inshallah, that this draft will see the lights and become standards to drive the Islamic finance industry. With that, thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For my welcoming remarks, I will not take much of your time. I'll just talk briefly about the standards and then talk you through the approach for managing this session. So let me start with the first exposure draft, the development and governance of Sharia compliant benchmark rates. This exposure draft was issued in December 2022. And this is the second public hearing for this exposure draft. We held the first one on 22nd of March 2023, and we will hold, inshallah, one more public hearing in English, and the final one will be in Arabic. This project, the project for Sharia compliant benchmark rates, was initiated by AAOIFI, depending on the market need and the changes in the development in the market. So this exposure draft represents the first phase of the project, which lists the core principles for developing a Sharia compliant benchmark. The second phase is related to the illustrative models that will be developed based on those criteria. For the second exposure draft, which is the institutional framework for the implementation of ethics, again, this exposure draft was issued in December 2022. And this is the first public hearing for this exposure draft. We will hold, inshallah, additional public hearings in English and Arabic as well. And I'm glad to inform you that by the end of this month, we will issue the Arabic ED as well in preparation for holding the Arabic public hearing. In 2016, the Comprehensive Ethics Project was initiated by AAOIFI in order to tackle the needs in the market. And the first outcome of the project was the Code of Ethics for Islamic Finance Professionals, which was issued in December 2019. So this is the second outcome of the project. This is it related to the standard. Now I'll just talk you through briefly the approach for managing the session. Of course, the purpose of this session is to get your feedback, to learn from your experience. And therefore, we would love to hear your and know your questions and comments and feedback through the Q&A tab at the bottom of the screen. We kindly request you to avoid typing in the chat so that your comments are not missed. If after this public hearing you still have some more comments, you can please, you're most welcome to send it to us to governance@aoifi.com. This is it from my side. Now I would like to invite our brother, Mr. Umar Mustafa Ansari, the Secretary General for AAOIFI, to start the discussion. Brother Umar.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم رب اشرح لي صدري ويسر لي أمري واحلل عقدة من لساني يفقهوا قولي. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. At the outset, I would like to thank our partners for today's event, Kenny Cash, Solihin Advisory. I would like to welcome all of you for being present in today's very, I hope very interesting discussions on two of very important governance standards that we are going to have. First one, that is on the Sharia compliant benchmark rates, their governance and the core principles which should be there, is one of the most important and most debated topics of Islamic finance, because mostly around the globe, Islamic finance has been working historically as a subset of conventional finance, as a niche market within the universe of conventional finance. And the conventional finance fundamentally is based on interest, and interest means that you have to apply time value of money in all the transactions. And for that purpose, the benchmark rates that are applied to compute the interest or opportunity cost for that purpose, that actually all coming from the conventional side. And it has been one of the greatest challenges for Islamic finance as to how and to what extent these benchmark rates, which are coming from the conventional side, can be applied. And it has actually created a huge sort of reputation risk as well for Islamic finance. The first few arguments, whenever you talk to some people about Islamic finance and you try to convince them that what we are doing in the name of Islamic finance and in the name of Islamic banking, the first challenges that you are faced with are questions about, oh, if you are Islamic, then why you are doing exactly the same like conventional? So it comes on one side from the mimicking and replication of the product that is a common practice, but on the second side, it is also coming from the pricing mechanism, and that pricing mechanism is coming from the conventional side. I'm not saying here right now that the use of conventional benchmark rate is impermissible. We'll go and discuss this point going forward in this standard as well, in the exposure draft of the standard as well. And obviously there are Sharia standards. There is a specific Sharia standard on the benchmarks and indices, and there are there is a Sharia standard on pricing mechanism, calculation of profits. There are Sharia standards for individual transactions that addresses those issues as well. So when I'm making this comment, I'm not saying that that use of conventional rate is impermissible, but use of conventional rate has its own negatives. The first thing is that it makes you always a subset of the conventional finance. Number two, it doesn't let you do the transactions at time the way they should be done ideally. Now, this statement that I made, that transactions being done ideally, has some additional factors as well. Like, for example, we have a transaction on Ijara where we say that our Ijara transaction is different from the conventional transaction because in Ijara transaction of Islamic finance, the risks and rewards incidental to ownership of the leased asset rest with the lessor, which is not exactly the case in case of conventional finance. So the similarity is there, but this is the fundamental factor. But do we reflect this factor in pricing? That is the question. And if you are doing exactly as mimicking the conventional transaction, so at times you are bound to the rates there as well. Now, there are market factors, there are arbitrage factors, there are demand and supply situations for funding. There are interbank transactions that actually have their own role to play for determination of the rates that you actually charge. The liquidity position of different banks has its own characteristics, which actually translate into change in rates. But there are actually elements related to this factor, that whether we are actually reflecting the rates which are suitable to these transactions or not. Now, coming to the next part of it, that this creates a significant reputation risk as well. As I mentioned, a significant reputation risk here means that although you are doing something which is halal, but because of it having a linkage with a conventional rate, which is normally used for haram purposes, you create a reputation risk for your permissible product. Not only this, we have even additional elements. One of the most important element that I would like to touch upon right now is that from the conventional finance perspective, Islamic finance, from the conventional finance perspective, the transaction main subject matter is money, which means that the money supply and demand is the main factor for determination of the benchmark rates. And normally it is the money demand and supply in the interbank or the financial markets. However, when we talk about Islamic finance, the concept of time value of money is replaced with time value of economic resources. I'm going to touch upon this topic later when we are on the relevant section of the standard. So when we replace the concept of time value of money with time value of economic resources, but you continue applying the rate which was driven primarily from time value of money, it means that the demand and supply situation of resources is not considered, rather instead the demand and supply situation only for the money is considered. It may have its own benefits in a dual banking system where we are running in a parallel parallel situation for Islamic and conventional banking, but it may not exactly work the same way for a real Islamic finance transaction, where we consider that Islamic finance transactions are transactions which are based on economic resources. One of the benefits of Islamic finance, when we theoretically discuss, we say that conventional banking has all the transactions linked to the financial market, while Islamic finance make the transactions based on the real economy. But do you really get the benefit of the real economic transactions if the pricing of those transactions is based on the money supply instead of economic resources supply and demand? These are the questions. And obviously today in this standards review, exposure draft review, and getting comments from you, we are going to try to find some of the answers to these questions that I'm raising. It is a very complicated subject. Some of the topics that I've touched upon will be discussed a bit later when we go through this standard. But this is very important, fundamental, that we need to consider these factors. A little bit about the background of the project. You all might be aware that conventional world is completing a transition from old IBOR-based, mainly LIBOR, that is interbank operating rate based benchmarks, to risk-free rates. Now, why they are moving from LIBOR to SOFR or SONIA or other risk-free rates has its own merits as well, even from the conventional perspective. Like LIBOR had certain elements, like it was not a risk-free rate, and it had elements of some sort of credit risk involved in that. Secondly, it was not based on the actual executed transactions, and rather it had an element of judgment involved because it was based on the offered rates. Similarly, there are additional issues with regard to the governance of LIBOR and similar mechanisms. Actually, in mid 2000s, there were issues about that. Some banks were penalized for that as well, because they were using their own judgment in their own benefit, but when they used to quote rates for LIBOR determination. So from that perspective, we have seen this situation, and we believe that we are facing multiple challenges if we learn from them. One challenge is the governance part for the benchmark rate. So if you want to come up with your own benchmark rates, you have to be very good on the governance part. And secondly, you have to consider the elements of weaknesses that were there in the system. Now, coming to let me complete the first discussion on this background. So, what happened that when this transition started, it has impacted Islamic finance industry as well, because they were also using LIBOR and other similar benchmarks primarily for their transactions. Not only in UK, but even the Middle Eastern market and so many other markets, and for international transactions, mainly LIBOR-based benchmarks were being used. Considering these things, we actually started multifaceted sort of project in collaboration with other standard setting board and infrastructure bodies for Islamic finance. So from that perspective, some of the aspects were related to Sharia, some of the aspects were related to accounting, and some of the aspects were related to the broader concepts of benchmark itself, which we considered as a part of the scope of the governance board. We have considered that the risk-free rates application in particularly considering them to be backward looking and current rates, there are additional elements and challenges with regard to their application to Islamic finance. So those are mainly Sharia related challenges. AAOIFI Sharia board roughly when this thing was in process issued a letter to all regulators around the globe, mentioning that the way risk-free rates are applied in the market has its own Sharia-related challenges. Means that the application of those rates on a post facto basis, on a ongoing basis, has certain elements of gharar and jahal, and certain elements of transaction become questionable from Sharia perspective. Yes, we know that some of the banks and Islamic financial institutions, as well as some certain other bodies, have come up with some solutions. We have been collaborating on this part with other standard setting bodies like IFM as well, and they have come up with some of the solutions. But that point is that the solutions that IFM has come up with are considered within the same universe without actually having a concept of changing the benchmarks. But we at AAOIFI believe that the solution doesn't lie in just finding some products on which we would like to mention that there are questions from some of the quarters, and some scholars are not fully satisfied with those sort of solutions, whereby the backward-looking rates are adjusted through additional transactions. So there are challenges. Our brothers at IFM have come out with some of the solutions. They considered some of the accounting aspects, the practical aspects, the transactions that can actually transactions and the rate calculation mechanisms that can actually work. So all these things we believe have been addressed in a more I would say status quo situation. Means that what is coming from the conventional world remains as it is. We are too small to challenge that, and we just have to go with the movement of the conventional world. So if the conventional world is moving in this direction, we just try to find solutions within that, but we do not start thinking of going out of the box. The standard in front of you is the thought process going out of the box. This was the thought process of our Sharia board and our governance board, that we AAOIFI need to come up with a genuine solution or multiple genuine solutions to go out of the box and start developing something which is truly for Islamic finance, which is truly reflecting the essence of Islamic finance. From that perspective, this standard becomes very important because it does not just reflect what is happening on the conventional world. Rather, it is coming up with the real solutions for Sharia compliant benchmark rates, where that should ideally be the basis for Islamic finance. And if you say that how much we are satisfied with this project's outcome, I would say it's a huge thing, actually. The outcome that is in front of you as a first outcome is only the core principles. But we at the working group are also evaluating certain possible models that can be used for developing developing Sharia compliant benchmark rates. These are the core principles which allow that there can be different type of models that can be Sharia compliant and can be used for the purpose of applying pure Islamic finance transactions in line with Sharia principles and rules without even having the risk of reputation and risk of mimicking and those other challenges that I touched upon earlier briefly. Coming to this concept of core principles, I would like to mention that there can be multiple models that match with these core principles. So it means that there are different countries, different regulators, different organizations may adopt different models. Even more than one model can be accepted for this purpose, where you can apply those models in a way that the elements of conventional benchmark are eliminated, but still you are having more than one options with regard to different type of products or with regard to different type of institutions. Considering the significance of these core principles, our Governance and Ethics Board decided that we will first be publishing the core principles. We are working on the models. We will be coming up with the illustrative models. But the idea that we have is that although we will be bringing up some models and we might be providing even, that is in our plan, we are not sure because this is a huge project, and I would say that it is just a first step in a journey of 1,000 miles. There is a long way to go, but this standard provides at least the foundations from where you can start. So we are working right now on some of the possible standards that standard illustrative models. I won't say call it standard models, illustrative models that can be used for developing Sharia compliant benchmark rates in accordance with the core principles that are contained in this standard. Once we come up with those models, and obviously at this point of time, we would like to invite all of you to provide comments not only on this standard, but those of you who have interest in this subject and have studied this subject and have either come up with your own proposed models, or you are aware of some good models proposed by experts from around the globe. Even if you are convinced that there are conventional models for determining discount rate and determining the benchmark rates, there are conventional models for that you feel that are in line with the requirements of this one, that is based on the characteristics, they can be suitably amended or can be applied with some changes to Islamic finance transactions, meeting the core criteria that is contained here. You are more than welcome. So while the work on the models part is happening right now, one of the purpose of issuing this exposure draft and inviting comments was to open up debate with regard to the possible models that can be there, and for which we will be highly obliged if you can suggest some models. Right now, we are working on possibly 3 models, or maybe 2 of them will be combined. So at least we'll be coming up with 2 or 3 illustrative models, and maybe we will be coming up with even software engines to, like, we will be doing data testing and all that, but maybe we'll be providing a software engine for these selected models, which can be used by the regulators, banking associations, and other organizations who are willing to come up with these rates. This is something that is, as I mentioned, is a journey of 1,000 miles, but we are thankful to Allah Almighty that we are able to at least come up with something. The good thing that I can see now is that, Alhamdulillah, the participants are more than 100. Actually, we had nearly 300 registrations. So in the morning, our team was quite, feeling challenged because the number of participants in the beginning was not that much. I think one of the aspects is today we are holding the public hearing on a Sunday, and probably we will be trying not to hold public hearings on Sundays, because Sunday is not a working day in certain jurisdictions which are normally from where normally the people are joining our public hearings. So maybe my suggestion to the team was that normally public hearings and similar events should take place between Monday to Thursday, not Friday and not Sunday, because roughly maybe some of the half of the jurisdictions are off on Friday and half are off on Sunday. So, but I'm so much happy to see that at now 105 participants are there. So it is actually good to note. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining in. I speak a lot, people say, and maybe my discussion has got some a little bit boring. So before I open up the standard and take you through the standard, if we have any comments, any questions, just a few clarifications quickly. All of the participants are joining in as participants. They can either put they cannot open up their audio and video. They can put their questions in Q&A tab. If they want any general clarification from the team, they can put something in chat window as well. But for a question or comment that they want to raise to me, they have to put it in the Q&A tab. Secondly, you can raise your hand as well, subject to time availability. We will try to allow some of you to speak, by allowing you to open up your mics as well. So with that, any general comments on the comments that I have made till now? Anybody who has already read the standard and want to make some general comments, please feel free. Till now, there is no question in the Q&A tab. There are a few things in the chat window. I don't know whether those are comments related to us or not. Okay, these are more about introduction, and our team has shared with you. I think the team might have shared with you the link of the standard as well. Please, somebody, if you can share the link to the standard as well, because next question that will come to us is, can we share the presentation? And the standard answer is that this presentation normally is not shared because it is just a reflection in PowerPoint of the original standard. The standard is available in PDF format on our website. So all of you, please feel free to download it. And I request the team to please provide link for both the today's standards on the AAOIFI website for the benefit of the participants in the chat window. Okay, I think there is a hand raised. The two hands are raised actually. So let's see. Okay, I can see our respected sister Nigat Tanveer. She has raised hand 2 times. I don't know, on my screen it is showing her hand to be 2 times. So Sister Nigat from Central Bank of Pakistan, most welcome, sister, and thanks for joining us on a Sunday. Maybe it is more convenient for you because otherwise you might be much more busy during the weekdays. But thank you very much for joining in, and you can talk now. I think you are allowed, and actually you can talk 2 times because your hand was somehow raised 2 times.
Thank you so much, my dear brother Omar. And I raised 2 hands, one from my iPhone because there was some distortion.
No, there is still distortion, sister.
Correctly,
sister,
right now?
Yeah, no,
so
we can't.
Can you unmute
we can't
me?
Hear you clearly.
Okay, so unmute me on the other side. I'll be disconnect from here, so you can unmute me from the other hand which I raised.
Please. If you can disconnect from this one, please, because sound is not clear. Sister Zahra and Sister Tamara, can you allow her to speak from the other connected device, please?
It's allowed. Yeah, allowed.
Okay, Sister Nigat, I think you are allowed now. Okay, I think Sister Nighat, you can speak now. Okay, let me quickly take other questions which are on the Q&A tab, and then we come back to Sister Nighat. So first point was from Brother Hamid Hikmani. Can you repeat the 4 principles, 4 in number? My apologies, brother. Maybe my voice was not very clear. I was talking about core principles. This whole standard is about core principles. So it is not number 4, rather these are core principles. And we are going to go through these core principles as we process with today's discussion, inshallah. So thank you very much, Brother Hamid Hikmani, for joining in. And there are more than 4 principles in number, and we'll take you through, inshallah. It is from Yusri Yusuf. Assalamu alaikum. Wa alaikum assalam. This is very important initiative. Could be once in the Islamic finance lifetime to have our own price benchmark while the industry is working on a mechanism to replace LIBOR. Extensive works have been ongoing by conventional counterparts. Where we stand in this initiative? And it's an excellent comment. We fully believe that this is the right time. Actually, there was a time, at times you think that some of the things are given, like LIBOR is given. Oh, how anybody can go out of LIBOR? How anybody can do a banking transaction out of LIBOR or the equivalent, like, Saribor, Kaibor, and those in different countries. So people used to think that it is something which is given. It can never change. And actually, we started discussions 4 years back at different levels in our conference, in conferences by other market players. We started discussing this point, and thanks to CBB, Central Bank of Bahrain, through their Waqf fund, they held a roundtable on this issue around 3-4 years back, just before COVID as well. So actually, we started thinking, oh, yes, it is possible. If conventional world is changing their benchmark, why Islamic can't change it? So I think thanks to conventional world that they changed it so that at least our people started thinking that, yes, it is possible. We at AAOIFI always believed that, yes, it is possible to change it. But, industry and regulators and people were not positive about it. And the mindset of, supremacy of this LIBOR thing was there. Although LIBOR itself had been subject to significant questions from the governance and the computation and the conflict of interest and all these perspectives. So we are very happy, alhamdulillah, that this transition in the conventional world actually gave us an opportunity to move in this direction. Where we are right now, the core principles are issued. It is our second public hearing on them. And inshallah, we'll continue holding more public hearings, inshallah, in short-term future. With regard to our progress, we have evaluated some of the models. Actually, we did not want to finalize the models before we finalize the core principles, because we believe that there can be more than one permissible models. So for that purpose, it was considered more important to finalize the core principles. So finalizing the core principles and evaluating the initial models, I can say that we are standing at 50%. Next 25% will be finalizing the standards, and remaining 25% will be providing a real testing environment and real, software engine for that. Inshallah, we are going to do that. Thank you very much for your kind comment. And inshallah, we hope that it happens in our lifetime. The one good point is that there are right now certain countries where the whole banking system is either on-Islamic or moving towards Islamic. We have Sudan, where almost it is all Islamic, although now the new government had allowed some conventional institutions, but still there is no conventional institution. We have Afghanistan, where the government decision is to convert everything on Islamic basis. We are in talks with the Afghanistan Central Bank. There is Libya, where the constitution and the law clearly says that there will be no riba in the economy. So they are towards end of transition, like still they are having transitional challenges, but they have sort of transitioned to Islamic banking completely. And we have Pakistan, where there is this judgment from the Federal Shari'ah Court that as Constitution of Pakistan provides that riba should be eliminated from economy. So they are also having some movement in this direction. So we may have more than 3-4 regulators who may be genuinely interested in that. And we have started talking to them. So the remaining 25% will be actually working with those regulators to actually make this thing possible on the ground. And for sure, it can happen in any market where Islamic finance has a significant size. So we have put some criteria for that as well. So even the regulators in other countries who have a parallel system still can go for that. But some of the challenges, for example, the arbitrage challenge that we will discuss later, might not be easily handled in a dual banking system. Thank you very much both for your kind comments. We have comment from Brother Rami Al-Karmi. Assalamu alaikum and welcome, brother. Are we considering the power of leveraging the power of AI and human reasoning, AI, symbolic A, to identify models to follow up and review the level of adherence to the standards? Brother Rami, thank you very much. Maybe when we move towards the actual use of the products, probably we will be going for use of AI in addition to the technology. Thank you very much for that. Just a second. Okay, so the questions received were these, and now I request again Sister Nighat if she can talk now. Can we see Sister Nighat again now?
I'll look for her name. I don't think she's connected.
Okay, because she was having a connection issue. So when she joins back, we will take it. Okay, now we have another hand raised from
by mistake. I'll look for it.
Okay. No, in attendees there is another hand raised from Ala Al-Safti. Please. I think you are allowed, Sister Ala, to speak.
Yes, she's allowed.
I think maybe hand was raised by mistake. There is a comment in the Q&A tab. It would be better to finish the presentation of ED than invite questions. Otherwise, the discussions will not be conclusive. It is Brother Salman Ali. Thank you very much for your kind comment. But normally our approach is that we keep it interactive and we keep discussions open because it's a public hearing session, not a training session. Our approach is to get maximum comments. We assume that most of the participants might have had a look at least on the standard, even if they have not read it completely. So but still, I think this is good to actually first introduce the basic concept. So with that, I will move to the standard. Thank you very much for your kind suggestion. And right now I'll move to the standard, but with each section, we will still stop and continue taking some of the comments. Now I can see there are two hands, one hand additionally raised from Brother Yusuf Sultan. Okay, can you allow kindly Brother Yusuf Sultan to speak?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Wa alaikum assalam, brother.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Brother Omar, for this session today. And we are, on behalf of Other Advisory, we are happy to collaborate on this. And I just wanted to thank AAOIFI on this very important standard on framework on ethics and now on the institutional framework. I'm particularly more interested on this one. I have a few comments, but I believe, inshallah, once the presentation is done, we can go through or whenever the questions are relevant on each section, inshallah, I can put forward. Jazakallah khairan.
Thank you very much, Brother Yusuf, and you are always supportive to AAOIFI in personal as well as institutional capacity. So I would like to thank you from both perspectives as an individual scholar and expert, as well as from Adil Advisory supporting the initiative of this public hearing and helping us out in reaching more and more people. Now I can see, Alhamdulillah, 120 people joining in. So the initial worries that we were having that maybe enough people are not joining in are gone. Maybe it was a Sunday so for a lot of people, actually, they might have been sleeping a bit. But thank you very much, everybody, for joining in, and more than welcome. We have comment from Brother Sadaqat. Assalamu alaikum. I suggest that beside the central banks of the country, treasury departments from Islamic banks should also be involved to provide feedback on the project, if not already involved. Brother Sadaqat, we tried to involve some people in the working group also, and obviously the discussion is open, and we might be holding additional public hearings. We send our standards to all of them. When we were talking about central banks, it was not only about taking the feedback, it was more about working on those models with them, which means that the statistical data and the financial market data that is needed to develop those models can be provided mainly by the regulators. And that's why we need actual active collaboration for testing of the models and making sure that those are workable models. And obviously, treasury departments are not going to develop benchmark rates by themselves. Actually, their feedback might be important, but it is the central banks and the governments who actually have more interest in this topic, to where they have to develop the benchmark rate applicable for the whole industry in their jurisdiction. So from that perspective, involvement of central banks was referred to by me, that it is more about testing the models, doing, getting the data from them, doing full mock exercises, and then actually doing, sort of test runs and live runs. So thank you very much, Brother Sadaqat, for joining in. Senior people like you joining our public hearings is always an encouraging point for us, and your comments are always valuable. Thank you very much, sir. Now, I'll move to the standard now, and let's see, as we go through the standard, how many comments and how much input we get. So with that, I hope you all can see my screen.
Yes, it's visible.
As I have given you the background, so I'll be skipping the preface and the introduction. Most part of it has been briefly discussed with me. However, if any participant today has a comment on any of the sections in preface or introduction, please let me know. Otherwise, we will skip these sections and we'll move to the body text of the standard. Maybe if you allow me, on the rationale part, I would like to read this section on rationale. Actually, the recent cessation of an eventual transition from LIBOR and similar regional benchmark rates established on similar principles to risk-free rates was necessitated due to apparent weak governance and loopholes in benchmark administration and computation methodology. After the cessation of LIBOR, Islamic finance industry also needs to decide on the alternate benchmark rates. It is observed that the risk-free rates, which are also based on interest rates, although the computation methodology differs significantly from that of LIBOR, also have severe issues from Sharia perspective. Not only that they are interest-based, but they also raise another issue of gharar in pricing when applied to the Islamic finance transactions due to their nature of being backward-looking and requiring retrospective adjustments to pricing. Certain transactions observed in the market to address such gharar element are also not free from criticism in respect of their level of Sharia compliance. Similarly, the reputational risk continues to apply in case of use of these conventional risk-free rates. Accordingly, the board decided to develop this standard containing the core principles as well as illustrative models of Sharia-compliant benchmark rates to be included in the second phase after due evaluation, as well as another standard of the governance principles for administration and publishing of such benchmarks. Now I move to the objectives, but I can see another comment in the Q&A tab. It is from my dear brother, Dr. Rifki Ismail from Bank Indonesia. Brother Rifki, thank you very much for joining in, and it's always great to see you. Thank you for taking time out for this. if we can add one point in page 9, that intention to provide Sharia compliant benchmark rate is to serve the Islamic finance transaction to real financing the real sector. The rate is not only to manage liquidity in Islamic finance. Excellent point, Dr. Rifki. No disagreement to that part. Sister Zahra, Sister Alia, can you make a note of it? We will take this point as suggested by Brother Rifki. No disagreement. It is in our mindset, the board's mindset, the working group's mindset, it is very much clear, but we would be more than happy to incorporate the suggestion by you. Obviously, the wording will be finalized by working group, but we'll make a recommendation to them that it should be added. And it gives me a different thought that Brother Rifki, earlier you were with IFSB. So we got 2 nominations on this working group from IFSB, but now you are back to Bank Indonesia, I believe. So why don't we have you on the working group as a representative there? Your valuable input can be great for this one. So to be honest, I personally believe that you can add great value if you can spare some time. So I'll request the team to coordinate with you separately on that. Thank you very much. I have got comment from Sister Nasreen Shatawi. Please speak more slowly. Okay, I'm very sorry. A lot of people feel, Umar, you talk a lot, and at times I talk very fast. So I'll try to be more like, slow on that. We'll try to be more, I hope it will be more understandable. Thank you very much. And thank you very much for joining in. Okay, now coming to the objectives of the objective standard. The objective of this standard is to provide principle-based guidance in respect of development and governance of Sharia compliant benchmark rates, including principles for establishing criteria for selection, computation, governing, and administering, publishing, and applying benchmark rates for Islamic finance transactions and structures in a transparent manner. Scope of the standard: this standard shall apply to any benchmark rates proclaimed to be complying with Sharia principles and rules in respect of its development and governance, including principles for establishing criteria for selection, computation, governing, and administering, publishing, and applying such benchmark rates to Islamic finance transactions and structures. As I mentioned earlier, there will be an additional standard attached to that will be addressing the governance matters in more detail. We have touched upon the minimum governance related core principles here, but the governance related detailed requirements will be covered in the other standard as I already mentioned in the rationale part. Definitions. Some of the definitions I'll try to skip because the time is limited. So I'll try to skip, and I'll touch upon the important ones. Administrator is the administrator for this one. I don't want to go for detail for the definition of administrator, but the benchmark rate and Sharia compliance benchmark rate are very crucial definitions. Benchmark rate is a rate of return normally denoted in percentage terms over a particular period, which can be used as anchor in pricing a financing transaction. This is the conventional definition of benchmark rate. Now, Sharia compliant benchmark rate in the specific context of this standard is a benchmark rate established in line with the requirements of this standard. So we have made it focus that it is a benchmark rate. It meets the criteria, meets the definition of benchmark rate, but it has Sharia compliance characteristics. And how you determine Sharia compliance characteristics? That it has to meet the criteria provided in this standard. Now, part A is first of the core principles are contained with regard to application of benchmark rates in Islamic finance transactions and structures. So preferred treatment. The pricing for Islamic finance transactions and structures shall reflect true economic value of the transaction of exchange of economic resources, for example, in trade, lease, and other Sharia-compliant modes of financing, as well as the market dynamics, including demand and supply situations. Such pricing shall be based on Sharia-compliant benchmark rates established in line with the requirements of this standard. On the contrary, a direct reference to the conventional benchmark rates, which are not compliant with Sharia principles and rules, shall be avoided. So this is the preferred treatment that you should follow a Sharia compliant rate and you should be avoiding conventional rates. This is the preferred treatment. Treatment allowed as a consequence of necessity. In case where the preferable treatment of benchmark rate selection in line with the requirements of paragraph 4 cannot be maintained due to reasons including inter alia, the counterparty refusal, laws or regulations of the respective jurisdiction, data unavailability over shorter horizons, etc., conventional benchmark rates may be applied to Islamic finance transactions and structures in line with and to the extent of permissibility and the manner of application as defined in relevant AAOIFI Sharia standards. So this is what is happening today in all over the market. We believe that this is allowed as a matter of necessity. It is not the ideal situation for Islamic finance. So wherever AAOIFI Sharia standards allow you to follow a conventional rate subject to certain conditions, you can use it, but it is not the preferred treatment. It is a treatment because of the necessity, and the necessity mainly arises because we are working in a universe of financial system which is actually based on the conventional financial rules, regulations, laws, regulatory requirements, counterparties. All these things are actually driven from the conventional side. So as a necessity, we are doing it. I can see two Q&A. First is from Brother Mufti Khwaja Nurul Hasan. Is there any available IBOR, Islamic IBOR, IBOR, which may apply to this AAOIFI definition of benchmark rate or the earlier discussion in Pakistan 7-8 years ago? Brother Khwaja Nurul Hasan, you might be aware or you might not be aware, AAOIFI took an initiative many years back as well. It was maybe 15 years back or so, when AAOIFI in collaboration with Thomson Reuters later become Refinitiv, which is a part of LSEG Growth. They actually launched a Islamic interbank operating rate. We have evaluated that model and its weaknesses and its strengths as well, but that was available rate, but that was not probably used actually even in a single transaction. And obviously you learn with your experiences. So we now know that some of the challenges which were there, we can try to manage those. But again, the guarantee guarantee cannot be provided. With regard to what you discuss about Pakistan, I am aware about something that actually what was being planned in Pakistan, as per my humble knowledge, was something similar to what was done by Thomson Reuters in collaboration with AAOIFI. So to be honest, I would say that was not a full solution. If you see the core principles in this one, and if you see the models, inshallah, that we will be coming up within the next phase of this project, hopefully you will like them, inshallah. So we hope that we are actually able to come up with real solutions. Thank you very much, brother. And thank you very much for joining in. We have comment from Brother Mustafa Abu Bakr. How would foreign exchange denominated transactions be accounted for while benchmarking pricing Islamic credit finance? Brother Mustafa, excellent question. I think this question is a bit earlier. We will come to that question. I think we have partially addressed that in the standard already. So when I reach there, you can have the answer, and then if you still feel that there is an additional element that I need to respond, I would request you to put the question again at that time with being more specific to the challenge that is not yet clear. But we have addressed the issue of currency as well. We'll come to that. Thank you very much, brothers, for your very important comments. So let's move ahead now. So that was part A. Part A was saying you use Sharia compliant benchmark rates. If you don't have Sharia compliant benchmark rates, in the case of necessity for these situations, you can use a conventional rate if so allowed by AAOIFI Sharia standard, and in the manner so allowed and in the context so allowed by the AAOIFI Sharia standard. We have another comment from Brother Yusri Yusuf. On one hand, conventional benchmark is not Sharia compliant on point 4. On the other hand, it was said not a preferred benchmark at point 5, proposed to be more precise on the narrative. Thank you very much. we take your comment. I think we will be providing some basis of conclusion on this part to explain it in a better way. Sister Zahra, please make a note of it. We need to provide more clarification on this part, either within the body text or in the basis of conclusion. But for sure, we need to provide more explanation of this thing.
All right, thank you.
The heading speaks actually on that, because the heading says it is based on necessity. So that it's something non-compliant can still be on a necessity basis in the manner so allowed by Sharia board can still be followed. So with that, but still this thing should be explained properly in the basis of conclusion, maybe not necessarily in the body text. Thank you very much. Okay, so I think we have 2-3 hands raised. Okay, now Sister Nigat is back, so we would like to hear from her. Yes, Sister Nigat, please go ahead.
Yeah.
Now we can hear you clearly.
Thank you so much, Brother Umar. Thank you for briefing us even on Sunday, and may Allah give you strength to share your knowledge. And I would like to appreciate AAOIFI's all such efforts to enlighten us on the new initiative. And as you know that in Pakistan, we are in the process of conversion of conventional system into Islamic. So this is a very, very important area on which we are working. I have one comment and one question. The comment is to for the regulators and for the market players, how should we take the efforts by AAOIFI and IIFM, because they have also come up with some studies and some rate. So would you please guide us that what sort of approach should we take in this regard? And then second thing is that is AAOIFI and IIFM, are you trying to in future collaborate on this issue so that the Islamic market, they should have sort of clear direction from both the regulating agencies? Thank you, Brother Umar. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sister. Number one, we are working in collaboration with IFM. In 2018, we signed a MOU for collaboration. Since then, we are collaborating on multiple projects, including this project. This project includes one element that is being done by us. So they are collaborating and they are part of our working group. And they are collaborating, they are working on the other angle, on which we are providing them our input. So right now, what we are working on is to think out of the box. We are thinking of such solution, which is not coming from the conventional world, rather it is a solution of our own. So this is what AAOIFI is working on. IFM is working on the solution within the system, because as of now, this is an urgent need to find solutions within the system. So transition from LIBOR to risk-free rates had its own challenges if you are bound to be within the system. So what work IFM did and on which AAOIFI provided its input was related to work within the system. So it means that they are providing solutions which are for transition from LIBOR to risk-free rates, including SOFR, SONIA, and others. And what we are providing is a solution or multiple solutions that you take out completely from this regime and go out of this conventional regime, and you just develop your own system. So from that perspective, both of us are providing input to each other in their respective projects. And we clearly decided that we are not going to overlap the requirements of our respective projects.
Okay, brother.
This is
Okay, just one thing from here, that just like in case of monetary policy, so people generally ask that what should be the approach of the regulator, how, we should bring out the alternative of these policy rate or whatever the rate they call it in the conventional side. So is AAOIFI and even ILM, they are thinking to initiate some project on that as well? Thank you for your generosity for allowing me multiple questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sister, for being here and raising very important questions. So what we are doing it might be one of the foundations for developing a real Islamic monetary policy rate as well, or multiple rates again, because we believe there are multiple issues in that aspect. But yes, we believe that it can lead to that, but it is not destined as of now for that. Now, let me put a very simple answer. IILM is not related to it. IILM is not developing standards. They go for the solutions in the market for liquidity. So they are an infrastructure body in a different meaning, not from the perspective of standardization. IIFM does not have any area of link with that. The first institution that may have a link with that is IFSB, according to the mandate, because IFSB primarily is a regulators body. IFSB, I don't think as of now has this thing as a priority for them. We have internally discussed this thing, and even it was discussed maybe briefly in the working group as well, that if we develop this thing, do we want to venture into the area of monetary policy as well? For AOFI, it is not our primary mandate. But at AOFI, we have actually an understanding that any important area related to Islamic finance and economics, which is not done by anybody, we are willing to do it at its right time.
So how come the Sharia board, sorry to interrupt, how come the Sharia board cannot take this thing? Why I'm saying is IOFI, because Alhamdulillah, IOFI has given direction or lead to the whole world regarding Sharia side. So the alternative of maybe the monetary policy rate or other mechanism, maybe the some work should be initiated by IOFI under the guidance of Sharia board or something, I mean, collectively.
No. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. First, let me clarify. I think I briefly mentioned it, but I need to clarify. This project is being done by UFI Governance Board, but it is being done under guidance and support of the Sharia board. Sharia board nominated one of the Sharia board members to be part of working group for the whole project. And as you are aware that all of UFI's standards are reviewed by a committee of the Sharia board. And if they consider important, actually, we will be sending the whole standard and the models to them as well. So this standard that you are reviewing is already reviewed by the Sharia committee of the Sharia board. So the input from Sharia side is already obtained in this one. That is one part. And I believe that from here we can move forward. I would like to quote one comment from one of the most respectable experts that we have right now in Islamic finance, Dr. Sami. And I remember he said at one point that because he has also provided input in this one as well. And I remember that in the working group and even before in another conference, he mentioned a sentence that actually there is nothing non-Sharia, non-compliant in developing the monetary policy rate. We cannot discuss these things right now because actually, the monetary policy rate is primarily developed based on the economic variables. And then it takes into consideration the money demand and supply and the future targets as well. So monetary policy rate is not only about past, it also considers the future direction. So we can come to that discussion separately. As of now, I would say, if IFSB doesn't pick it up, we will be willing to do. And IFSB is part of our working group in this project as well. They have nominated 2 members from the secretariat team. Maybe we can talk to them officially. If they are willing to pick up the project of monetary policy, then for sure we will be happy for them to take it forward. If they are not having it in plan for future, near future, maybe after this project we will pick it up. Thank you very much for your kind comment. It is well noted, and inshallah we will make sure that industry and the regulators and the governments around the globe get proper guidance on this part. Thank you very much again. One last thing that I have as of now, we have talked to 2 of the regulators already. One of them is Pakistan, one of them is Afghanistan, where we believe that it can be a starting point for the discussions and all these things. Pakistan might be better from one perspective, that the data you may have available might be more detailed and again, accuracy can't be there, but more reliable. So that is one thing that we'll love to talk to the Central Bank of Pakistan team again. We will be willing to work with others and regulators as well. So probably shortly we'll be writing to some selected regulators with regard to collaboration on this project going forward. Thank you very much again. Brother Mustafa Abu Bakr has raised his hand. Brother Mustafa, you want to mention something additional, or is it the same comment that I have taken? So I'm not sure whether, if you have additional comment, please, we can allow you to speak also. We have raised hands from two more people, Sasunko Mohammadi and Muhammad Inamul Haq. Let's have quick questions from them. Please allow both of them also to quickly speak very quickly. So, brother Sasunko Mohammadi, if you can quickly raise your concern or comment, please. Okay, brother Muhammad Inamul Haq. Okay, I would prefer to move now because Brother Mustafa's comment, I think we have already taken. So I'll just move ahead and we'll see if we have more comments. We'll take them. Okay, in the Q&A tab, I can now see. Okay, Brother Mustafa has additional comment also. Brother Susunko Mohammadi said that we can proceed. So thank you very much. Brother Mustafa has an additional comment. Okay, if you can allow Brother Mustafa to raise his comment, please.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam, brother, please.
Okay. My major concern about the standard, I have read a substantial part of it, not only today, but in the previous presentation. There are very, very beautiful proposals in it that will go a long way in enhancing the value of Islamic financial industry across the globe. But my major worry is what effective implementation mechanisms are in place. I am not sure whether many Shari'ah or Islamic finance institutions are adequately represented or are even aware of the developments or efforts towards enthroning this benchmark framework. That is my major worry and concern.
Thank you very much, Brother Mustafa. I'll mention two quick things. Number one is that at AAOIFI, we believe that we are responsible for what we are we are mandated to do. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, La yukallifullah nafsan illa wusaha. So obviously we are responsible to do our responsibility. We want to fulfill our responsibility to come up with solutions that are workable, tried and tested. Now it will be, after what we have done, it will be the the regulators, the banking associations and the governments who have to apply. There our responsibility will end, except for providing them further guidance as needed. So first part is we believe that we need to do our part and then leave it to the market and to the market players and stakeholders as to how they take it forward. So we believe our responsibility is important to be fulfilled. That is part one. Coming to the second part of it about the industry input, brother, actually we are holding, this is the second public hearing, and then we conducted one roundtable on this topic already with the regulators. 100+ regulators and experts from around the globe actually attended the roundtable. This is the second public hearing where you can see around 125 people online, and the first public hearing was also maybe, I think it was having a bigger number if I'm not mistaken. So just want to mention that from this perspective, we have tried these public hearings, these roundtables are there to make sure that majority of the important stakeholders of the market around the globe are at least aware of what AAOIFI is doing and what it is happening. As I mentioned, we have started talking to regulators separately as well. with regard to being part of this project. We have kept IIFM and IFSB as members of this initiative. Islamic Development Bank Institute, IRTI, is also part of this project. So there are nearly 25 working group members from around the globe. So from our end, we are trying to involve the market at all levels. But again, for sure, for the working group, you have a limit. For all these activities, you have a limit. So just we are trying to do our best, and we are very much thankful to you for joining in and for providing your kind comments. Thank you very much. We have comment from Brother Ibrahim Ajani. Thank you for the topic. Just recently, I've been writing a paper on pricing of Islamic finance contracts and products. Let me buttress that the Islamic banking rate is good and will help to remove the gharar element in our transactions. However, this may be difficult to apply in a dual banking system. From experience, we can break this rate into 2 or 3: transaction-based rate, contract-based rate, the general Islamic rate. Can we adopt this based on peculiarity of the transaction and jurisdiction? Brother Ibrahim, I would suggest that you should read the standard in detail. The standard actually covers these aspects. I'll come to these things, and if it's still there is something that is to be added, I'll explain at that point of time. You can raise the comment again. Thank you very much for your great effort, and thank you very much for providing your input to AAOIFI and joining in today. We have comment from Musnaini. How kind of different compliant benchmark between developed countries? I don't have an answer to your question right now, and actually this is something that is as of now, there is no Sharia compliant benchmark rate available anywhere. What we are trying to do is we are trying to come up with a solution that is applicable. Not a single solution, but multiple solutions that meet the core principles contained in this standard. So I hope that in future, obviously, there will be more than one rates. Okay, so I think the time is limited, so I may not be able to allow all of you to speak now. We'll see if the time is possible. So I would request anybody from now onwards to put your questions in Q&A tab, because if the time permits, we'll open up the floor again for speaking through your mics. But as of now, I think it will be difficult. Sister Zahra, can you just confirm to me about the program, when we have to take a break, and whether there is a break only at the end of the first standard? Just please confirm me the program. So it is.
We will take a break within an hour at 12 p.m. for Dhuhr prayer. And then after the Dhuhr prayer, we will start with the ethics standard.
Okay. It means that now we have nearly 1 hour left for this standard, and we are just in the beginning of the standard, but we had some very good discussions, some very good points. So there is no harm in continuing that. We have a comment from Brother Sadaqat, code 6A, all IFIs in respect of all of the Sharia compliant protection services. Question: which type of services by IFIs are priced using the benchmark rate? Let me come to that point, Brother Sadaqat. I think you have put the question before others. So let's read there, and then we'll come to that. Need and responsibility. Need. A Sharia compliant benchmark rate or combination of such rates shall be used for pricing of Islamic finance transactions and structures insofar as possible by all IFIs in respect of all their Sharia compliant products and services, and B, all other institutions, entities, governments, and central banks offering a Sharia compliant instrument product, for example, Sukuk. So, brother Sadaqat, I think products and services, you are confused with the term products and services. We use the term products and services in a broader term. Like, for example, wakala is a service. It is not, you can call wakala as a product, but wakala as per Sharia is a service. So we keep it products and services like this. Some of the other services like LCs, USENS LCs and others might also be considered from that perspective. So we can go to that detail, but actually as of now, I think if you want to insist on not using the word and services and keep it limited to products, I think AAOIFI's writing style is to include both of them. Thank you very much for your kind comment, sir. Responsibility and systemic importance. In every jurisdiction where Islamic finance achieves a level of systemic importance within the financial sector, or a combination of Sharia compliant benchmark rates shall be developed. A, preferably by an administrator appointed authorized for such purpose by the respective regulator, or B, in the absence of regulators' initiative in this regard, in line with the requirements of paragraph 7A, by an administrator collectively appointed by the Islamic finance industry with dual approval of the regulator. With due approval of, with due approval of the regulator. What we are saying that regulator has to do it, the initiative, but in some countries it is possible that regulator doesn't go for that initiative. So the industry has to take that initiative, but for sure you need to have the regulator approval for that purpose. The systemic importance for the purpose of the requirements of paragraph 8 shall be considered in the specific perspective of a regulator's jurisdiction when any of the following conditions is met. A, Islamic banking total assets comprise at least 15% of the total assets of the banking sector in the jurisdiction. In case of larger economies, such ratio shall be at least 10% of the total assets. It is presumed, in the footnote it says, it is presumed that the larger economies mainly include the countries in G20 and D8 group. The G20 group of 20 is the Intergovernmental Forum comprising 19 countries and the European Union. It's composed of most of the world's largest economies. There are 3 Muslim economies that are part of it: Turkey, Saudi Arabia, and Indonesia. A D8 or Developing 8 is an organization for development and cooperation between the following Muslim countries: Bangladesh, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Malaysia, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Turkey. Turkey is part of G20 also. So other than that, you can see that Indonesia and Turkey are part of G20 also. So technically, we are talking about 9 countries as a larger economy. Why larger economy? We put it on as a separate note, because, for example, Turkey, at this point of time, Turkey has like 8%, slightly above 8% of the Islamic banking assets, which is much below the 15% limit. But that because of Turkey being a big economy, that is much bigger than a large number of other Muslim countries. So their 8% might be bigger than 20 or 30% of certain smaller economies. Same applies to Indonesia, where they are reaching nearly 10% now, but that 10% is actually much bigger than certain other Muslim countries because of the large size of the Indonesian economy. Saudi Arabia already has roughly 50% plus for Islamic finance, roughly 50%. So they meet the first criteria also. The same thing may apply to some other markets, not today, but like, you know, like some of the markets actually, like Pakistan, Malaysia, Bangladesh, they already meet the first criteria, 15% of total assets already. So there will be only 1 or 2 left. But the idea is that all sizable Islamic finance industry anywhere in the globe should be having this this requirement of having a benchmark rate. I just need to be excused for a minute, just a few seconds, please. I'm sorry, I'm back. So let's continue. So the part A was about this, and part B is Sukuk and other Sharia compliant sovereign securities comprise at least 10% of the local government financing in the jurisdiction. So if the government itself, the sovereign securities, sovereign Sukuk are at least 10% of the government financing, then it also becomes a sizable, like, systemic importance. The first criteria of systemic importance, that is 15% of total assets, is similar with IMF, but other criteria are added by us, which are not exactly the same like IMF. The third criteria is at least 50% of the banks in such jurisdiction in terms of number offer Islamic finance products and services, either being a full-fledged Islamic bank or through an Islamic finance window. So it is quite possible that even if you have not reached 15%, but at least 50% of the banks in the country actually either are full-fledged banks or have Islamic banking window. So in that situation, this becomes a systemic important. We would love to have specific comments on this in today as well as in writing as well. Minimum characteristics of Sharia compliant benchmark rate. I can see one question in Q&A tab, but I'll come to this after completion of this section. In order to be considered Sharia compliant, a benchmark rate shall comply with the Sharia compliance criteria in line with requirements of paragraph 12 to 31 as the minimum requirements for Sharia principles and rules for this purpose. In addition to the requirements of paragraph 9, a Sharia compliant benchmark rate shall also comply with suitability criteria. So we have two criteria. First criteria is Sharia compliance criteria. Second criteria is suitability criteria. So it is possible that we come up with a Sharia compliant criteria, but that criteria does not meet the suitability criteria, that benchmark doesn't meet the suitability criteria, then it will not be good to apply that on a large scale basis, on a whole jurisdiction wise basis. So that's why we have put criteria in two parts. And I think when we go through this criteria, you will get some answer to some of the issues that were raised by some of the participants earlier. Now, coming to Sharia compliance criteria, we are moving to the next section. So let me quickly see the comment. Okay, this is the same comment from brother Sadaqat. I think I have responded to this. Okay. Now, the Sharia compliance criteria is in this section. First part is Sharia compliance of base data, underlying transactions or activities. I don't want to read word by word because time might be limited, to go word by word on all of it. But some of the sections I'll read. So most important part is for a benchmark rate to be considered distinctly Sharia compliant, it's vital to ensure that the underlying transactions or activities from which the benchmark rate is derived and determined are Sharia compliant, such as the underlying transactions or activities shall be compliant with Sharia principles and rules and hence free from riba, mesr or excessive gharar and other Sharia prohibitions. And if the underlying transactions are derived from Islamic financial markets, then the structure of such transactions and combination as applicable shall be in line with Sharia principles and rules. So first criteria is that the base data has to be Sharia compliant. The second criteria is related to that, there is one important clarification. So for example, if I'm taking the economic data, in the economic data, there can be some components, certain components which are not Sharia compliant. So for example, the economy of the country includes the GDP produced. For example, if I'm taking GDP includes GDP produced by the financial sector, impermissible financial sector as well. Similarly, it may include certain, for example, hospitality services, which may not be 100% Sharia compliant. In some countries, it may include some of sorry to say, but this is a reality, alcoholic beverages, which are part of the overall, you are not eliminating them completely from your economy. So the point is that even within some of the Muslim countries and at times with the other countries, if you apply to non-Muslim country also, the problem is at that time, the macro activities that are happening, which are contributing to the GDP, inflation, and everything that is coming up, that may not include everything Sharia compliant. So from that perspective, it is a very important clarification that if in case of benchmark rate based on macroeconomic indicators or data, it may not be considered necessary to bifurcate the impacts related to impermissible activities and services at the overall level of jurisdiction's economy. So I am not required to eliminate the financial sector, hospitality sector, etc. Now, the second part and the most important part of this standard, I would say, where we come up for a different benchmark scheme. Why we are coming for that? The main thing is that the foundations of Islamic finance are based on replacement of interest-based transactions with transactions that are based on trade and commerce. Riba is the foundation. This intrinsically eliminates the time value of money from the transactions and replaces the same with the concept of time value of different economic resources. For example, assets, commodities, services, and entrepreneurship. In view of the same, a Sharia compliant benchmark rate shall be based on the time value of such resources individually or in the form of a combination of the same. Different benchmarks may be developed for different types of economic resources which are considered preferred, or a combination of rates may be developed based on micro or macroeconomic variables. So what we are saying that Islamic finance is replacing interest from with trade. So the time value of money is replaced with the time value of economic resources. So what we need to apply is the economic resources related variables, macro or microeconomics. So those, again, we will go to for those details, but it is the core principle that you replace the time value of money based benchmarks with the time value of economic resources based benchmarks. Sharia compliant benchmark rate need to avoid reference to time value of money. As long as the rate is determined from underlying real economic transactions or activities, it shall be a reflection of time value of economic resources rather than the pure time value of money. Next point is types of Sharia compliant benchmark rate reflection of economic factors, financial market versus economic reality. Sharia compliant benchmark rates may include that level of respective priorities. So these are the priorities, 3 priorities. The first one is specific benchmark rates based on microeconomic indicators like ijara rate for cars, for like housing capital gain and housing rental rate for housing finance. So these are the microeconomic variables that are to be used for determining the microeconomic specific data, and these rates will be applicable to the relevant area only. So for example, we have examples of very rare examples, but there are examples where the housing finance for Islamic finance is working based on the mortgage market and the real estate market data. So that is the reality of the substance of the transactions based on the economic variables, where you get the microeconomic variables to get that data. So the rental rates or the capital gain rates and some of similar, like, microeconomic variables are the ones that actually help you determine the specific benchmark rates based on microeconomic indicators. And this is the priority. So this is the top priority. According to the standard, this is the top priority. So if you can have a good rate, if you have a reliable rate for housing finance based on the housing markets, that is the best priority. The second priority is, again, this is the priority. Second priority is general benchmark rate based on macroeconomic indicators. For example, GDP growth, real GDP growth, inflation, other factors which are based on the macro level statistics and macro level economic indicators. So this is the general benchmark rate which can apply to all type of Islamic finance transactions. So the type A is more specific. It is based on microeconomic indicators, and it applies to the to the specific area of transactions and services. While when we come to type B, it is macro level, which may be applied across the jurisdiction for all type of transactions. Or in addition to A, you need to apply B in addition to A. C is still Sharia compliant. We accept that it is Sharia compliant, and we understand that it might be important in a lot of markets. So C is general benchmark rate based on Islamic financial market data. So we do not go to the conventional financial market. We go only to Islamic financial market data to be applied either for Islamic financial market transactions in addition to A and B, or in the absence of same, all Islamic finance transactions in the structure. So what happens that even if A and B are applied, so for example, if we have a ijara based rate for auto ijara, similarly we have a housing market based rate for housing finance, but still we might need a rate for general transactions. For those general transactions, we apply the rate of coming from B, that is the macroeconomic indicators. Still there can be a question that if Islamic banks transact between each other, at what rate do they transact? Would it be the economic market rate? At times, what happens that even if the economic indicator rate might be less relevant for the interbank market, because the interbank market has a significant liquidity component. So it also depends on the liquidity availability within the market and the bank's liquidity position. So the interbank market rate may not exactly be reflecting what either A or B. So even in addition to A and B, or if due to unavailability of data or other market factors, or practicality factors, it is a risk that B will not be available, A and B will not be available, then still C is Sharia compliant. Brother Khaja Nurul Hasan, I think you raised this point about what was the plan for in Pakistan. There was discussion, and answer that I provided to you about Refinitiv and AAOIFI's old Thomson Reuters and AAOIFI old rate, which did not work very well, but that was developed. That was the financial market based data. Only thing is that we have developed core principles for these ones also. So we need to come up with better workable rates on that. So maybe in a lot of countries, in the starting point, A and B might not be available. Only you need to start with C, and C is the most practical one. I can tell you C is the most practical one. This is a reality. It is not the most preferred one, but it is the most practical one. And as I mentioned, C might still be needed in addition to A and B. So even if you want to go to the best conditions, in the ideal situation that we see as per this standard, for some of the areas you will have A and B, A, and for general Islamic finance transactions you will have B, and for interbank and the money market transactions, Islamic money market transactions, you have C. But we are trying to come up with the solutions which cover the whole sort of spectrum of products, services, and the needs of Islamic financial institutions in the respective jurisdiction. Now, I think we have some question answer, but let me complete this part, Sharia compliance criteria part. So examples of micro level rates include growth rate in nominal or real value of production in individual sectors such as agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and services. Expected rate of return estimated through single and multi-factor asset pricing models such as capital asset pricing model, FEMA-French 3-factor model, FEMA-French 5-factor model, etc. Have housing products, housing price index and rental index for pricing real estate and rentals. Using asset allocation method of depreciation such as unit of production method to amortize principal, and using price returns for the profit part of the profit derived from real economic activity. Weighted average accounting rates of return of corporations such as return on assets, return on equity, return on capital employed, etc. And combining accounting and financial market information to drive returns such as using Tobin's Q and its variation calculated at firm, industry, or sector level. So these are the ones for the micro level indicators. Then we come to the macro level indicators, growth rate in nominal or real aggregate value of production such as GDP, GNP. We have a growth rate in aggregate price index such as CPI, consumer price index, wholesale price index, etc., measured with overall basket or without food and energy core inflation. And price return on index representing overall market portfolio of stocks, commodities, and sukuk. So these are the macro indicator based. The third Islamic financial market indicator, weighted average return on Sharia compliant Islamic financial market transactions. It can be work on weighted average yield on investment grade sovereign sukuk or price return on sukuk indices. We can use price return on composite portfolio or weighted average yield of Sharia compliant mutual fund representing returns on stocks and the sukuk of government owned enterprises or investment in sovereign securities. So these are the examples of how we can have it. Now coming to the third area, reflecting real, this is fourth actually, reflecting real risk in the transactions. Islamic finance transactions are generally based on either of the following: transfer of risk and reward, there's murabaha or other sales, or absorption of risk and reward, for example, in case of ijara, commodities, etc., or sharing of risk and reward in case of participatory transactions. So you have transfer of risk and reward, absorption of risk and reward, and sharing of risk and reward. So actually an Islamic finance transaction can never be completely risk-free. It can never happen. A genuine compliant transaction will not be completely risk-free. Completely risk-free means credit risk is always there, but from our perspective, additional elements are also there. So from the conventional perspective, they think that if you have an interbank transaction with the interbank transaction on an overnight basis, which does not include a significant credit period, so they believe that is reflecting of the real risk of rate of return with the more or less secured overnight borrowing rates are the basis for risk-free rate of return. So you have a security, you have a limited period, so the time risk is not there, and it is just overnight rate, and it is based on the real transactions actually happening. So they consider that this is the risk-free rate of return. This is the basis for SOFR, SONIA, and others. I don't want to go in detail for that, because today and now again we will be running short of time if we try to go in that. So in a nutshell, I would say that Islamic finance transaction, because they are based on either of transfer of risk and reward, absorption of risk and reward, and sharing of risk and reward, so they cannot be exactly risk and reward free. So what we need to do is to make sure that they reflect real risks in the transactions, and so they can be, and we need to reduce such risk to significantly low level by applying Sharia compliant risk mitigating mechanisms. So again, they will not be risk free, but they have to come up as minimal as possible. For a benchmark rate to be useful to financial institutions and users at large, it shall be ensured that distinct Sharia compliant benchmark need to be determined while eliminating relevant risk related to market activity or being specific to customer or nature of transaction. So the market activity risk, related risk, the customer specific risk, and the nature of transaction related risk are to be eliminated to find out the right rate which applies. The third, this is another important question, and it's a very important element. Avoiding, this is about Sharia compliant application methodology, avoiding price uncertainty. It is actually answering some of the earlier issues with regard to what other institutions are doing and what AAOIFI is doing. Actually, what is happening that if you try to find solutions for applying risk-free rate of returns which are backward looking, actually there are so many challenges to that. So actually we must have a methodology. So if you determine a rate, the rates application methodology also has to be Sharia compliant and in line with the relevant AAOIFI Sharia standards. So Sharia compliant benchmark rates shall be developed in a manner so that its application and or implementation Islamic finance transactions and structures does not cause Sharia non-compliance. For example, through creating gharar, excessive uncertainty in the subject matter or determination of pricing of the transaction or lack of information in this respect. So in a transaction which is otherwise considered to be in line with Sharia principles and rules. As an example, a backward-looking benchmark rate reflecting historic data only, or a spot rate reflecting current data only, having a methodology of retrospective price adjustments, for example, to an already established Muraba price or to an Ijara rental on the retrospective basis in the financial transaction, shall not be considered compliant with Sharia principles and rules. And this is in line with, as I mentioned, the letter that was issued by AAOIFI Sharia Board to the regulators around the globe, that we believe that the way the risk-free rate of returns are applied in Islamic and in transactions actually may have challenges to be applied from Sharia perspective. We know that some of the industry players and bodies like IFM are trying to find solutions, but they are trying to find solutions within the system. What we are trying to find is to think out of the box and go out of the system to find the real solution. Sharia principles and rules require transparency and avoiding uncertainty related to pricing in contracts. In this regard, it's important that sale and similar transactions are executed at once without deferment, as in the case of conventional forwards and futures. The Sharia compliant benchmark rates need to avoid excessive gharar in pricing. The price needs to be known at the time of entering into the contract. The contract shall not be considered valid unless the price is known at the outset to both the contracting parties without ambiguity. And the transactions on ongoing basis, or those executed in future, or those executed for shorter future periods on an ongoing basis, like future rentals. If the Ijara or participatory or similar contract needs to use a floating rate pricing formula, then the basis of adjustment and details of when and how such changes will affect in pricing in rentals or profit ceiling, service charges, etc., need to be clearly agreed upon. Sister Zahra, please make a note. I think it should be need, not needs.
Yes,
need to be clearly agreed upon in the contract. Moreover, the same shall be before commencement of the respective period. So these are the conditions that we need to apply to make sure that even a risk-free rate or a current rate or a backward-looking rate, a spot rate or a backward-looking rate, they all should be applied on a prospective basis, not a retrospective basis. Retrospective adjustments have their own Sharia issues. I think I have explained, so I will not go in detail for that. Next point is related to having a Sharia governance framework. So we will be developing a standard with regard to Sharia governance framework for governance and administration for Sharia compliant benchmark rates. Core principles are contained in this standard, but we will be developing a proper standard, which is maybe midway, I would say, already in process. Okay, so I think here we complete No, I think okay, sorry. One part is still pending here. Let me complete this one part and then we'll take some questions. Sharia compliant benchmark rate based on the Islamic financial market data. So if we are doing the Sharia compliant benchmark rate based on the transactions that are happening between Islamic financial institutions or transactions which are like, for example, based on the sovereign sukuk pricing, etc. In line with the requirements of paragraph 17C, a Sharia compliant benchmark rate may be based on the data from Islamic financial markets instead of the economic indicators if and only if it is A, developed and implemented as a secondary benchmark rate in addition to a primary benchmark rate based on economic data to be used in situations whereby the application of the former may have practical implications. Because as I mentioned to you that at times, even if you have your main rate based on the nominal GDP growth, for example, but still you will have an interbank rate or a financial market rate which will consider the money supply, or developed and implemented as a sole benchmark rate for Islamic finance transactions and structures if the development and implementation of a Sharia compliant benchmark rate based on economic data is impracticable due to inherent limitations on account of any or combination of the following. One, availability and reliability of economic data. Two, the volatility of economics indicators. Three, lack of resources for administering such a benchmark rate and or regulatory restrictions. A benchmark rate based on Islamic financial market data shall be acceptable if and only if it fulfills the following conditions. A, the source data used for determination of such rate relates only to Sharia compliant transactions. So you cannot apply the conventional transactions in the market and you say that, okay, we apply that. And condition is taking place in the Islamic financial market only. The benchmark rate reflects the role of Islamic financial institutions as a financial intermediary engaged in real economy-based transactions and real assets transactions, investments and services, including transactions among themselves. And the benchmark rate reflects primarily the real transactions and is not directly or indirectly linked with the conventional benchmark rates except for the transition period. Now, what happens if I say that I just create an Islamic banking benchmark based on the Islamic interbank rates? What is a risk is that it may happen that it becomes just a derivative of the conventional rate. Because if the conventional rate is already in the market prevalent, like under like 60%, 70% of the market is conventional, it is quite possible. And at times, some of the countries, you will find the Islamic banks having transactions with conventional institutions as well, which is not preferred by AAOIFI anyway. So what happens that in a nutshell, your rate will become a derivative of the conventional rate, because your rate will be doing transactions with conventional, you will be doing transactions matching with conventional. So the rate that you apply eventually becomes a derivative of that rate, and maybe exactly equal to that, or maybe just like, you know, slightly different from that because of the liquidity position of Islamic banks. So the explanation is transition period explanation. The explanation is that the data reflecting real life Islamic finance transactions, which are matter of necessity, are based on conventional benchmark rates, shall not be considered. So a starting point is, today, if I want to do this, today all transactions are based on conventional. So what happens that I reach back the same position. So we are saying that the data reflecting real life Islamic finance transactions, which as a matter of necessity are based on conventional benchmark rates, shall not be considered eligible for the purpose of determination of such rate, as it creates an indirect circular reference to the same conventional benchmark rate. However, in the commencement phase, a transition period of up to 3 years may be provided in the computation methodology, during which a phase-out approach will be used to reduce and eventually eliminate the indirect reference to the conventional benchmark rates. I think there are a lot of questions, but we are just completing the Sharia compliance criteria. So the Islamic financial institution take on a unique role of intermediary, wherein they are engaged in real economic activities that they do in order to provide Sharia compliant financing solutions to the customers under various Sharia compliant products and services. In this regard, it is essential that the pure risk-free rate is not appropriate in reflecting the true nature of risk borne by Islamic financial institutions, and there is a need of balanced approach in reflecting the true nature of risk in Islamic finance products and services. Any alternative distinct Sharia compliant benchmark rate shall be grounded in real economy-based transactions. That Sharia compliant benchmark rate shall not be based on the conventional derivative market transaction. Now, this is also an important that if you convert the rate, if you convert a backward rate or a spot rate into a future forward looking rate, what happens that you have to apply the futuristic approach. The futuristic approach in the conventional, how they are doing it, that if you are having a forward looking SOFR, a term SOFR or term SONIA, that will be based on, that is, the idea is that you take the SOFR and then you apply the spread based on term, the period coming from the derivative market, how the derivative market is looking at it. So we have put it that it should not be based on the conventional derivative market. The distinct Sharia compliant benchmark rate, while complying with Sharia principles and rules, needs to ensure that it reflects a rate of return which is relevant and compatible with the financial market and the level of exposure inherent in the transaction. Now, here we complete the Sharia compliance criteria. So I'll take comments. I think we have 6 or 7 comments here, so I'll take those. First is from Brother Muhammad Inamul Haq. Assalamu alaikum. The benchmark rate should not be fully risk-free. So there should be a volatility engaging the benchmark rate. But if we can connect real economic volatility in this rate, some big outlier may affect one. Now, if we try to mitigate the effect of those big outlier effect, would it be appropriate in context of Sharia rules, and why? And what would be the real tolerable band of this benchmark rate, and what will be band equitable for all classes of financial modes? Brother Inamullah, excellent comments that you have. Honestly, highly appreciated. Sister Zahra, please make a note of it. Brother Inamullah, these points will be taken to the model evaluation. So the model that we are developing will be including some of the big outliers, and all these things will be considered in the model part. We have not gone for this part as a, we'll come to that part. Volatility part is there in the suitability criteria. So some of the answers to your comments will be there in the volatility related issues that we have in the suitability criteria section. We'll come to that. But with regard to the model development, I believe that whatever comments you have raised are all very good, very important. For sure, there has to be a methodology for doing things. You know, outliers can be excluded. There might not be a Sharia implication on that, because we are developing a methodology which is Sharia compliant on one part and suitable on the other part. So the Sharia compliance is first, but then suitability criteria has to be there, including volatility elements. So in order to make our benchmark work, you need to ensure volatility is minimum and it reflects the real economic changes rather than the individual. Like, for example, if a bank is in stress, its transactions might be different. There are some business sectors in stress because of some situations. So those business sectors become stressed. So maybe you may need to exclude those elements. So these are the things that need to be done in the model itself, not in the core principles. And we take your comments for the model in particular, I believe. Thank you very much again for very important comments. Brother Sadaqat actually has made a suggestion that to save my time and energy, instead of reading full text from slides, you may explain the brief where possible. Brother Sadaqat, thank you very much for being kind on me. The problem is I try to read only where I understand that the language itself is important. You know, at times I try to explain something, but the language might not be good enough. You know, my language might not be reflecting on standard. When we write the standard, it takes input from so many people. You know, it goes through a working group of so many people. It goes through Sharia committee. It goes through the board itself, comprising of 15 people. So the wording that at times we finalize in a body text is of essence itself. At times, explanation might not be sufficient. Going forward, you will see in some of the areas I'll be talking about some of the areas where I might not need to repeat all of it, but there are some of the places where the text itself is very important. So thank you very much. My approach is normally to read text where I believe that the language itself is important and the text itself is important. Again, we have comment from Yusuf. Should the proposed Sharia compliant benchmark rely on individual country micro and macroeconomic development? How to promote a global trade and investment following a prevailing benchmark price rate when all countries have different economic landscape if not properly harmonized? Just wondering on how the global economic agenda to enhance a more equitably manner. Thank you very much. An excellent comment. But our answer is, unfortunately, that after long discussions, we have decided that the rates have to be jurisdiction specific. I'll come to that point in suitability criteria and explain. Thank you very much. Brother Salman Ali has a comment that I think it should be better to assume people have read the exposure draft and let people talk what they think of. So it's so that you get a feedback. Thank you very much, sir. Actually, what happens is a combination. Some of the participants actually come with full preparation. This is our always experience. They come up with very good points. Even if in the beginning we say, okay, give us all the points, they will be coming up with maybe 5, 10 very good points. But there are other participants also. And at times it is important to express the views of the board and the working group by what we actually mean by those things. So it is a combination, like, when we do our public hearings, it's a combination. To some extent, it is like, we want the industry to be prepared as well. So while I would love to assume that, and I would love to have only discussions instead of like, putting myself into this burden of, explaining and reading. But I can tell you that at times, based on our experience, majority has not read the standard itself. Brother Ridwan, can we have a poll here? It will be an interesting poll. If we can have a quick poll. Brother Ridwan, are you there? Sister Zahra, can you create the poll?
Inshallah, brother.
Okay, I would suggest let's ask the participants an honest question. Number one, have they read the standard in detail before they came for the working group for the public hearing? Number one. Number two, if they have read it, do they still believe there are explanations to be done for that, or they are like, they can directly provide comments on that? So maybe these two questions might be like, good to just have a view of the participants, 100+ participants who are there. So let's try to have it. I think it might be interesting. Our experience can be supported by this poll, and I would like to have an honest answer, please. So first question is, have you read the exposure draft in detail before joining for the public hearing today? The second one is, even if you have read it and you still feel explanations are to be provided and the relevant parts are to be read from the standard. So let's put these two questions and see how people look at it. It might be an interesting poll. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind comment. Personally, I would love if I'm relieved of this burden of, explaining it every time, but maybe it is like, it's a dual purpose exercise that we do as a public hearing. Okay, we have a comment from Rambabu Venkataraman. Assalamu alaikum, greetings, walaikum salam. Wonderful, fantastic professional session. Thank you for a speaker. Okay, thank you very much, brother, for being here, and it's a great pleasure for hosting you here. We are always available, and these sessions actually become a success only because you people join them, and we look forward towards your attendance of the upcoming sessions as well. Thank you very much again. Brother Inamul Haq, you are welcome. Brother Mufti Khwaja Nurul Hasan, on model perspective, which can be referred there too. However, sometimes and mostly we Sharia board members quote that the rate is not pertaining to Sharia. Yes, here the challenges are others too as well. Please also have to consider that in different jurisdictions, Islamic knowledge is also not up to the mark. So the challenge may be captured or already captured. Brother Khwaja Nurul Hasan, we agree that rate primarily is not Sharia issue, but rate has its own challenges. So there are two main challenges which we believe. The first one is the purpose of Islamic finance fails if you make it a subset of conventional finance. You just follow the conventional rate, you mimic the conventional transactions, and Islamic finance had a concept of keeping the transaction based on real market rather than financial market. Conventional has a concept of keeping the market within the financial market. The conventional financial markets are now multiple times of the real economic markets, like the derivative markets, and so many transactions actually taking place. And this whole cycle and the money creation cycle by these situations. So to be honest, a real solution that we would like to have for all these evils that are created by the conventional banking system lies in a full-fledged Islamic banking system, Islamic financial system. And the full-fledged Islamic financial system has it as a prerequisite. And secondly, this is the more like, philosophical answer that I have given to you, but more practically, when you want to promote Islamic banking, one of the first challenges that impacts your reputation is use of the conventional benchmark rates. And you face this thing. I know that you as Sharia board members, you face this thing day in, day out. Every second person who stands up says, how you can be Islamic if you use the central bank rate? So this is something that, to be honest, I would like to just mention that while the philosophical answer about delinkage of the financial market with the economic and keeping the rates and the transactions based on the economic market and Islamic finance is all about real economy, talking all about it on a philosophical basis on one end, if we are able to remove the hurdle of reputation risk coming from this conventional benchmark rate, I can tell you a lot of things can become better. And one important thing that obviously we want the Islamic financial money market, Islamic money market to be delinked with the conventional money market. Unfortunately, because of certain controversial products and approaches by certain Islamic financial institutions, there were some numbers that at least $500 billion of Islamic financial institutions have been passed on to the conventional financial institutions directly or indirectly through the use of different products. Just think of that $500 billion if that was used properly in, in Muslim countries, for industrial development, for other economic development, for food security. Now our countries are having challenges with regard to food security. Our oil-rich countries have food security issues, which can be addressed through proper investments in certain other Muslim countries. I'm just talking about on a broader perspective. A lot of these things you might feel are philosophical, but this is a very important from AAOIFI's perspective that we want as an ideal system, Islamic money market and Islamic financial market should de-link itself from the conventional money market and conventional financial market. Thank you very much, sir. Dr. Salman Ali again has a comment, Kaldor speculation and economic activity, the review of economic studies. He has referred to this paper is an important paper on speculation and economic activity. The main point is that applicable to our situation is the following. Speculative activity may help in stabilizing the price. However, this argument applies only when a speculative demand and supply amount is only a small proportion of total demand and supply. If the proportion of speculative transaction in the total is large, it may become, in fact, more profitable for the individual speculators to concentrate on forecasting the psychology of other speculators rather than the trend of non-speculative elements. The stabilizing influence of speculation on pricing will be accompanied by destabilizing influence on economic activity. 100% agreed, sir. Excellent quotation that you have made. So continued. Applying this insight to the case of the benchmark, we see that we want to make the benchmark related to real economic activity, but the conventional debt market is another animal where money is rented for interest. The cost of transaction is low as it is disconnected from the cost of real economic activity, and supply and demand of debt is mostly speculative. In these circumstances, market players find it more profitable to engage in the debt market for the sake of a speculative trade of debt rather than for the funding of a real economic activity requiring some debt and taking the associated risks. Thus, to create an Islamic benchmark for credit-based transactions, the Islamic players must be ready to abstain from conventional markets and stop aspiring to get similar gains, get free from arbitrage concerns. Sir, you said exactly what I have said just now. Continued, there can be many attractive earning opportunities that are haram. They cannot become aspirational measures even if we abstain from actively participating in the activity now. If they become aspirational, then one day a person, institution will fall into it. Two times in Surah Tawbah in ayah 55 and 85, Allah discourages Muslims to get excited and admire the wealth and children accumulated by the unbelievers. Allah bless you, sir. Allah bless you for all your contribution at all levels, and thank you very much for reminding us about these very important learnings as well as these ayat. Allah bless you, sir. Thank you very much. 100% agreed. I fully agree and endorse what you said, and I believe that and I hope that most of the participants here will be able to comprehend what you have said. Thank you again, sir. So I move to the suitability criteria now, and as a lot of public hearings, we are running short of time, but I think suitability criteria has its own element, so we'll be touching upon the core concepts about the suitability criteria. So first one is compliance with global best practices. So the global best practices for benchmark development are to be followed for the purpose of having it, and as I said, we will be developing additionally a governance standard for that purpose. The second part is serving market needs and expectations. So the benchmark need to avoid high volatility. It needs to reflect relevant risks. It shall have the ability to reflect changes in the market in the short term as well. So it is not like, okay, we have an annual GDP growth rate, we apply that annual GDP growth rate on an ongoing basis. Rather, we need to serve the market needs, and we need to have the expectations addressed as well. And the markets move quite quickly, so you cannot put an annual GDP growth rate for a benchmark. You need to find out genuine solutions. So the next point is coming to that point, frequency of publication of Sharia compliant benchmark rates. What we are saying is that it should be available at a reasonable frequency. It should be publicly available on a very quick basis. In case of Islamic financial market data-based Sharia compliant benchmark rate, we have said that preferably it should be on a daily basis, but in no case more than a weekly basis. So it can be based on Islamic money market transactions. It can be based on the sovereign sukuk rate. It can be based on other examples that we mentioned about the mutual funds performance and other performances that we talked about. Mainly the financial market related performances that we were talking about. So it can be based on a single benchmark or a multiple benchmarks, like multiple data variables can be used to come up with a single rate. So again, here we are saying whatever the mechanism is, when you do a financial market database rate, it should be available preferably on a daily basis. In case of an economic indicators-based Sharia compliant benchmark rate, it should be preferably available on a weekly basis, but in no case more than a monthly basis. Having a daily basis is not that easy. But again, if somebody want to bring an economic indicator-based rate on a daily basis, I think it will not be that easy. But if it is possible, it will be great. But we are saying that preferably on a weekly basis, but in no case more than a monthly basis. Arbitrage risk management. Now, this is the biggest challenge that whenever you talk about having Islamic benchmark rate, the first challenge that comes from the practitioners, the experts, and particularly the regulators is the arbitrage risk. They say, oh, if your rate is high, there are people in the market who are agnostic to Sharia. So it means that, again, agnostic to Sharia means agnostic to Sharia compliance in financial perspective. I'm saying, I'm not saying that anybody who is is agnostic in its terms in relation to believe in God. I'm talking about agnostic with regard to compliance with Sharia. So what happens that there will be a lot of people who will borrow from one market and invest in the other market if the arbitrage, if both the markets exist at the same time, and there will be even the Islamic financial institutions who will try to play with that. Try to place with conventional or borrow from conventional, considering these things. Placing with conventional is a bigger issue. Borrowing from conventional in some situations, we know that it is acceptable. So for managing the arbitrage risk, there have to be relevant elements, significant relevant elements, I believe. Some of them may be mitigated significantly by transaction costs, front and back end loads, and certain measures that may be taken by the regulators in case of two benchmark rates are not significantly different. However, in case of such rates being significantly different, the risk of arbitrage increases. even although we said that Islamic financial market and conventional financial market should be delinked as maximum as possible, but still we can well understand that there will be players, even not within the financial market, but in the individual customers who can try to play with those things. A benchmark jurisdiction and regional specificity. I am answering one of the questions here. The problem is that when we were discussing the issues with regard to the challenges that were faced by the earlier aid by Thomson Reuters, which was endorsed by AAOIFI, what happened that it was selecting, it was taking GCC and Malaysia together, for example. Now, what happened that the Malaysian market opens up 5 hours, 4 or 5 hours differently from the GCC market. Even within GCC market, you have 1 or 2 hour difference in some countries. Now, what happens that this actually itself creates a issue of the data availability, because the people playing in the market have data availability at the same time, but submission rates and these things from different markets become different. Not only this, the economic variables, liquidity position, market sentiments, they are all different in different markets. So right now it is quite possible that while the Saudi Riyal is pegged to the US dollar, but it is quite possible that ringgit might be going up or down. So now what will happen that if you take one data which is coming with 5 hours difference and which is reflecting different market sentiments because of the changes in the currency and the market pressures and the economic, even the stock market going up and these things, all these things may be having impacts. A new sukuk coming from the government, sovereign sukuk coming from the market may today a big issue from the sovereign market is coming, so the market availability of liquidity might go down. So these are the things that are jurisdiction specific and I would say currency specific. So we made it condition that it has to be jurisdiction specific, but if there are countries in a region that enjoy similarities in the characteristics and have routine inter-jurisdiction transfers within the transactions and transfers within the same region. So maybe West African Union can be considered one region for that purpose. GCC can be considered one region for that purpose. So it is quite possible that a single regulator's jurisdiction is the right criteria for it, or in some situation, a region may be the criteria for it. But we do not suggest and we do not propose and we do not approve in this standard that you can go across regions. So for international transactions, obviously will come up for different different models. But we believe even for international transactions, it is important that the country specificity is taken into consideration. So for example, right now, if you want to invest in Turkey, the rate that you will be expecting, which will be much higher than the rate you will be expecting from Saudi. Now, why it is happening? Because the Saudi market factors are different from the Turkey market factors. So from that perspective, having international transaction is perfectly all right, but having one single rate on that basis is not good, and particularly considering country specificity as well as the currency related issues. So from that perspective, we believe that for the suitability criteria, it is very important that it has to be jurisdiction specific. And if a region is having so much of, similarities and inter-jurisdiction transactions and transfers within the same jurisdiction, in that situation, you can have it a region specific rate. Single currency. We believe that the transactions for every jurisdiction must be the rate must be based on the base currency. However, there should be multi-currency options available, taking into consideration the multiple currency adjustments. So, for example, if you want to do a transaction in Turkey in Turkish lira, that will be different at a different rate from a transaction in the same market in US dollars or euro. So from that perspective, when we define the rates, we might need to come up with the base rate in the base currency and then adjust the rates for different currencies. Tolerable volatility. This is one of the important issues. One of the brothers actually raised this one. I think it was an excellent comment that we received, I think by Brother Muhammad Inamullah or somebody else. We need to define the tolerance limits for volatility. We need to define general approach towards volatility. We need to, outliers might be put out progressive step-by-step approach for incorporating changes. So if the changes in the indicators are quite fast, then the rate cannot change in 1 day or in a half hour. Actually, you need to have a step-by-step approach for incorporating changes, and exclusion of off-limit data from available or submitted data, etc. Weightage-based mechanism for incorporating multiple economic indicators. We don't suggest that you base these rates on a single indicator. They have to be based on basket of indicators. So you limit the overall volatility by that. A reflection of relevant risk, avoiding too much volatility, etc. So these are the factors. Transparency of inputs is the next criteria. Some of these aspects are already covered by the conventional standards, and we will be covering some of more details in the governance standard for this part. But we believe that transparency of inputs is very important. So there are two types of data. One is direct data and one is submitted data. But direct data is where you obtain data from the direct sources, so you have to apply still some of the verification steps to ensure sanctity of the data. And then you have the contributed data, where you get the contributed data. Again, contributed data can be based on the original transactions, or it can be based on surveys, etc. There can be different approaches to that. We have not stick to one situation. There can be different models that meet. For sure, we will be coming up with one model which considers most of these variables, but from our perspective, probably we'll be coming up with two proper models or three models, maybe one or two models based on the economic variables and one model based on the financial market variables. Those will be probably part of our guidelines or the appendix to this standard. We have not yet decided whether they will be in form of guidelines or appendix. I think it was initially decided it will be appendix to this standard, but it will be decided at a later stage by the board. So transparency requirements become more important when you have the contributed database, because otherwise, in case of direct data, you have better reliability, but still the sanctity and reliability of data is a challenge. Transparency and disclosure in respect of design and methodology. Whatever design and methodology you follow, you need to be transparent and disclosure. And as I said, we will go for more details about these aspects in the governance standard. Then very important about transparency in the publishing perspective. So you have to be transparent on the publishing side as well. Similarly, transparency and objectivity has to be in administration part as well. You need to be very much focused. And as I mentioned, we'll be referring to a general framework for administration in the standard on which we are working on. Already we have worked 50% roughly on that, but we decided to keep that standard separate from this core principle standard. And then design of the benchmark rate, there are some additional suitability aspects like adequacy of the sample size and liquidity, and relative size of underlying market, distribution of trading among market participants, etc. So there are several elements which we are actually going to address. Data sufficiency and stable dissemination is again one of the challenges of the suitability criteria that we need to consider. I'm not reading out these as Brother Sadaqat has suggested. I wanted to focus more on the Sharia related because those are the primary criteria. Most of these criteria that I'm talking about right now about suitability are there on the conventional side as well. And obviously you are welcome to provide any comments on this section as well. So on data sufficiency and suitable dissemination, we have additional points, particularly with regard to the data. We have to come up with, even the methodology and everything have to take care of these things. Then acceptance and hierarchical prioritization of data. This is one of the important aspects that where you actually need to make sure that that acceptance is as per proper criteria, and the hierarchy of data inputs is properly defined, and the expert judgment at times where needed is followed with objectivity. And the hierarchy for that purpose, there is a priority for that. Submitter's own concluded arm's length transactions in the underlying market or related markets. Then you have reported or observed concluded arm's length transactions, reported or observed concluded arm's length transaction in related markets. and then firm executable bids and offers and other market information or expert judgment. These are the priorities. So the first priority is submitters' own concluded arm's length transactions in the underlying market or related market. So these are the direct transactions reporting, but there still they might not be giving you enough of the meat for doing all the, like, the data may not be complete enough, particularly in the initial stages of the market. So from that perspective, we have allowed this whole 5-stage hierarchy. With that, we plan to come up with this standard, like, we want to finalize this standard within 2023 and by mid of 2024 at max, including the models, etc. as well. We want to give a reasonable time for the effective date. Well, that will be 2026. So with that, I can see one Q&A in the Q&A tab from brother Dr. Salman Sheikh, who has been an active part of this thing and actually most important colleague who worked on this project. Excellent initiative by AAOIFI, and the commitment showed to challenge the paradigm of conventional benchmark rates and bringing more realism, transparency, and integration with real economy. If we use genuine equity-based modes of financing, counterparties may have more inclination and understanding for risk-sharing based towards where volatility is tolerated, even if they're going forward. Is this way of avoiding conventional benchmark rates also emphasize that we go beyond debt-based financing to equity-based modes of financing? Dr. Salman, thank you very much for the excellent comment. Only thing is, at AAOIFI, we are working on that part separately. Everything might not be put in one standard. So we are focusing on other aspects of governance where we are talking about the use of supporting entrepreneurship and support of these sort of ideal products. So thank you very much for your excellent comment. I don't think it's a part of or a scope of this standard, but for sure your comment is well taken, and obviously we are trying to cater to it through other standards, and we'll try to do that. Now you can see a quick poll on the screen. You need to answer 2 questions. Did you read the exposure draft before attending the public hearings? A single choice, you just need to answer. If you have read the standards, you still believe there is a still need for further explanation, or you prefer to provide your comments directly. For sure, comments directly are always welcome through written comments as well, but they are welcome in the public hearings as well. Whenever you have comments, you can ask us to stop and give your comments at para by para. So let's listen to this, to the response to this poll. With that, I think there is no more point in the Q&A tab. So I think we will conclude because the time is almost over by 4 minutes for the first standard. We take this poll, and then we take a break of half hour before we start our public hearing on the second standard. That one is completely unrelated. So maybe we need to refresh ourselves for at least half hour. But before we take that half hour break, I'll suggest that we quickly respond to this poll. So what is the situation of the poll? Can you all please quickly answer this poll? We are still having 94 participants. Some of them might have left already for the break. So just let's quickly have the poll. Do I also have to answer the poll? I don't know. No, because it comes on my screen also. Maybe if I do it, it will be like, it will be conflict of interest. So let me not answer it. Can you show the poll screen also? Because, okay, it says that host and panelists cannot vote. That is good. So, but can you, sister, can you show the poll screen also?
Let me try. It's appearing on my screen, but
yeah, it must be. Yeah, I think it appears on the screen of the one who created, but it needs to be shared by you. But as of now, how many of you have responded? Can I request all of you to quickly answer it?
Currently, 38 participated, 33 out of 85.
Okay.
For the first question, 45% read the standard before, and 55% did not. But in
Okay.
the second question, 46% believe that there is a need for further explanation, while
Okay.
54 believe that comments can be provided directly.
Okay. Good.
Now the
So on the
participation is-
reading side, the majority has not read, but let's request the participants again quickly if they
Yeah.
can respond to it.
Now 48% participated so far.
Okay. So if I request all of you to quickly complete the process, I can see Sister Nigat has raised her hand again.
Okay, just a second.
There are two other hands raised also. So let's ask them also if they want to say something before we complete the poll and we just conclude the first session of today.
Inshallah.
Sister
May I
Nigat?
start?
Yep. Yes, please. Sister Nigat, please.
Okay. Thank you so much, Brother Umar. Again, I mean, I'm very, very excited. That is why I'm raising hand multiple times. And thank you so much for accommodating me. Again, being the regulator and being earlier part of the market as well, is it possible for AAOIFI to select few of the market and may have sort of a direct interaction or maybe discussion with some of the treasurers and some of the people who are dealing with these rates, so that the acceptability of this standard and those, whenever this will be issued, people who will be actually using it, or rather in the process of developing, they could become part from now on. So that, I mean, being an idealistic situation, I feel like that those who are just like Financial Market Association of different countries, they should be actively contributing and then developing. So from that perspective, is there any plan? I mean, this is just a suggestion, not, it could be, I think, deviating from the AAOIFI's general practice. Thank you, Brother Umar.
Sister, first thing is that we collaborate with all the associations wherever possible and all that. So and we obviously invite comments from the institutions, being our member or not being our member, we do public hearings. So they are all invited for comments. But if you ask me personally, based on my practical experience, the last person I would like to go and ask would be a treasurer. Sorry to say, they are used to what is happening on the conventional world. Sorry to say,
yes, that is why. Brother,
so what we have seen, yeah.
No, just listen.
If you allow me to complete, Unfortunately, in the Islamic banking, the worst practices for respect of Sharia compliance, based on my own conducted Sharia audits, based on dozens of discussions with our scholars, experts, I can tell you Treasury is the weakest area from that perspective. And reason is that the Treasury functions directly with the conventional market, or sorry to say, rather they are actually functioning within the conventional market. Only thing is that they are creating a Sharia compliant document. There, the way the transaction is executed, the way the deal ticket is done. And that is the reason that AAOIFI actually wants itself to come up with a solution for treasury products. Actually, we just on this conference, with this conference, we actually signed an MOU, a tri-party MOU, with one of the developers and one of the rate publishers, that is Refinitiv, and AAOIFI tri-party, that actually we want to come up with a genuine treasury solution for the market. So if you ask me, we are trying to provide solutions from all ends. But if you ask me to change people's mindset, sorry, I may not be able to change people's mindset. Yes, we know there are very committed people even within treasuries and of Islamic financial institutions who think of a change, but they cannot bring a change because the way right now treasuries are working. But what we are talking about is not treasury. For us, treasury is a smaller thing. What we are talking about is all transactions and services that have to happen for Islamic financial institutions. So it's not only about the interbank rate, it's also about the rate that we are charging to Murabha customer, to Ijara customer, to housing finance customer. So for me, the stakeholder is the bank at large, not the treasury. The way we are bringing the rate, it is actually going to be applied maybe on the 80% of the balance sheet. out of which maybe 25% is the treasury, 30% is the treasury. And
Brother,
even out
that
of
was
what
my
is coming
point.
is-
So now
Yeah.
allow me to speak as well.
Yeah,
Okay,
please,
now.
please.
Yeah, thank you. I think you have hit the nail. Why I'm saying is that maybe in different markets, which are quite, I mean, good or having substantial part of Islamic finance, so that this important standards should be in not only in the knowledge of, rather its implication to the main stakeholder, just as you mentioned, treasury is part of that, but other people should be included. Reason being that if we have only theoretical documents, and those who have to apply, if they are not being aggressively make part of the teams for implementing the same, I think we have to accelerate on that front as well. So perhaps some, just like in case of Pakistan, we would like to have session with you, with your team, so that those who are directly related to use of these benchmarks on the customer's perspective, on treasury or other side, they should be directly listening to you, directly being influenced from you. And then obviously my mindset, I mean, we can't change the people's mindset, but we should give them the opportunity to learn directly from expert like you and other experts. And I think in one of the sessions earlier you mentioned, as long as you force people to listen, they won't be sort of listening. So over there, I mean, I think...
No. Thank you very much for your kind comment, sister. I would just like to mention one thing. Sorry to say, there are some people whose mind can't be changed. The point is simple. AAOIFI Sharia standard on Tawarruk says that you cannot do Tawarruk transactions with conventional. All over the world, even in the countries where they say that we adopt AAOIFI Sharia standards and we follow Sharia and we do this and we do this, this happens and it is allowed by the regulators. I have seen dozens of examples, multiple examples, I won't say dozens, but multiple examples where the treasuries created an SPV to invest in conventional bond. Allowed by regulators.
We are not right now talking about, right now we are not talking about about such examples. We should go
try to understand my point.
No, we understand, but my thing is we should go with positive, sort of expectation. Those who are not, changing, we will try to, share the information. We are not saying that go to those who are simply rejecting Islamic finance. So again,
no, sister, just please try to understand my point. Please try to understand my point. There are a few things which cannot be done by just tabligh.
I'm not asking you tabligh. I wanted experts' opinion. I'm not requesting you to do tabligh. There are so many people for tabligh. My humble request is maybe, perhaps in future, we may request you, or rather you may have to have some session sort of with experts who are not necessarily in treasury, but other as well. This is a humble request. I'm not asking you.
No, we are always available, sister. We are always available to all regulators, all our members, all industry participants at large. We are always available. If you ask us 10 times to come and try to explain and do tabligh, I'm willing to come and do tabligh, because I believe it is like, something for my akhirah as well. Not only for
we are not asking you for tabligh. We wanted experts.
But the problem is, sister, that there are some places where you need to have a firm stand on the principles. Now, the principles which are contained already in AAOIFI Sharia standards or other scholars' views, we need to establish those things with creating lines. Okay, this is the line. You cannot cross this line. These are the things which need to be done at all levels by scholars, by standard setters, and by regulators. Coming back to that option of discussions, we are more than happy to have it. Don't you think that we sent this invitation for today's public hearings to so many people? How many people are here from Treasury?
Brother, I'm again saying that again. Even if we put something on our website and then say, please comment this on so and so regulation, unless or until we follow up and that thing. So again, maybe on both sides, we should give benefit of doubt to others as well. So perhaps giving direct sort of invitation, we could bring, I mean, it's only the modification of the process. It's not that what you are saying, we are forcing you to change. No, no, we wanted your message to come across very, very clearly to those. That is the ultimate thing, and on which I'm very thankful to you for being so generous that earlier you have
Sister,
been to
nobody comes on our invitation till the time the standard does not become applicable in the market. I can give you examples. For last 2 years, we have had so much hue and cry on this issue of about the standard, having multiple challenges to Islamic banking and sukuk industry. I can tell you till the time the standard did not become actually applicable and the regulators did not started insisting on it, nobody bothered on AOIFI's requests for comments, etc.
Obviously, I agree.
Yeah.
I agree all these shortcomings, but
Yeah.
again,
I
thank you
think
so much.
we have to take a break now, sister, because
Sure.
the first standards discussion is completed. So we have completed it a bit late. So what I suggest that we start at 12:50 maybe. We will have a bit less time for the second standard. We'll try to be quicker on that. Sister Zahra, before we just take the break, quickly, if you can let me know the final poll results.
Inshallah, brother, the participation level is 65%. 54% read the standard, 46% did not. 46% feels that there is a need for further explanation, while 57% feels that comments can be provided directly.
So this is out of this second question is out of those who read it. Am I right?
Yes.
Okay. So so roughly we can say that maybe majority still wants things to be explained, and I think that is the purpose of public hearing. But it was a good poll to just have a quick understanding of what is the expectations of the participants. I have two hands raised from Sasunko and Mohammadi and Sasunko Mohammadi and Brother Muhammad Inamul Haq. I think they were raised quite earlier. But if you have a quick comment, please, you can make. Otherwise, we take a break. Or otherwise, kindly remove your raised hand, please. Okay, just now I received a comment from anonymous attendee. Thank you for your initiative and presentation. I'm coming from Uganda. Our Islamic finance system is still at infancy, though we have to continue to seek knowledge to help our practitioners. Once again, thanks. Thanks. I learned a lot from your presentation wherever hosted. Thank you very much, brother. We highly appreciate your attendance. Thank you very much. So with that, we take a break and we join back at 12:50, after half hour Bahrain time, inshallah, for the second standard. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Let me welcome you all back again. Sister Zahra, what do you think we should start? It's 12:50, 12:51 now.
Yes, brother, 58 participants, maybe some other will join.
Yeah, because I think number of participants has reduced because today is a long session and it's on a Sunday. But thank you everybody for being here with us. And we hope some of them will join back again.
Inshallah.
Okay. So coming to the second standard that we are going to discuss today, let's quickly have a bit of background for that one. So this standard is about institutional framework for implementation of Code of Ethics. So what do we mean by institutional framework for implementation of ethics? So first thing is that we believe as AAOIFI that ethics is the essence, is the spirit and soul of Islamic finance. You cannot have Islamic finance and do not follow ethics in its true form. So from that perspective, particularly considering so many principles that we have learned about ethics, we believe that as AAOIFI, it is our responsibility to develop relevant standards and codes for development for defining the principles of individual ethics as well as the institutional ethics. This is our mandate, our understanding. Roughly 3 years, actually we had a long project. But more than 2 years back, we issued our Code of Ethics, revised Code of Ethics. AAOIFI used to have earlier 2 codes of ethics as well. So the revised Code of Ethics was issued as Code of Ethics for Islamic finance professionals. So our Code of Ethics that was issued applies to all individuals who are associated with Islamic finance, having a sort of any type of association with Islamic finance in form of employment, even the directors, management, Sharia boards, and auditors and Sharia auditors of Islamic financial institutions. They are all subject to this Code of Ethics. Now, that Code of Ethics that we have developed and which is already in place, on which we time to time conduct, training sessions, capacity building sessions, and other events also, and that is being adopted across the globe, by regulators as well as on a voluntary basis. But that is the individual Code of Ethics. Some of the things are in the institutional framework. So there are 2 aspects in the institutional framework. One of the aspects in the institutional framework is that an Islamic financial institution as a whole should also comply with Sharia principles and rules and ethics alike. So the institution must have an ethical conduct. This is something which we believe is fundamental, very important. We have touched upon this aspect in some of our governance standards. Even the individual code of ethics that we have developed as Islamic Finance Code of Ethics or Islamic Finance Code of Professionals, that also addresses the things to be done in the institution. But that does not apply to the institution. Now, there are 2 angles to this institutional part. The first part is that institution need to be compliant with the requirements of ethical conduct. The second thing is institution should ensure that the individuals associated with the institution comply with ethical requirements. So one is my decision as an institution, whether it's ethical or not. And second is whether my colleagues in the institution who are employees, directors, Sharia board members, Sharia auditors, they all comply with ethical requirements or not. So the first part, that is the ethical conduct of the institution, that is already covered by IFSB Code of Conduct for institutions offering Islamic financial services. While that standard might need some improvements and some alignments with AAOIFI's standards, we believe that as IFSB, as a sister standard setting body, has already worked on that. So we do not want to reinvent the wheel and we do not want to reproduce what they have done. So as of now, we have an individual code of conduct and they have an institutional code of conduct. And we both, as standard setting bodies, are trying to align our practices together. So we are okay with how things actually are done by respective bodies, and we are trying to support each other in the initiatives that are already done. And future, inshallah, we'll try to do some other things together as well. Now, coming to the second part of what I discussed about the institutional framework. So the first part was, as an institution, I comply, or we as an institution comply with the ethical requirements. But the second part is, when we have individual code of ethics, individual code of conduct, whether this individual code of conduct is being applied by the associated professionals with my institution. For this, we did not have a very clear framework. So yes, okay, this is a good code of ethics, but it seems like quite a bit voluntary sort of thing. Oh, if I do it, oh, very good. If I don't do it, okay, nobody is going to be bothered about it. So first part is that we need to develop an institutional framework to implement the individual code, which is to make sure that the individuals within the institution and associated with the institution follow this code. Now, there is another angle to that. That is like sort of a practical consideration that we have around the globe, around nearly 40 regulators who adopt AAOIFI's governance standard in one or another form: full adoption, partial adoption, adoption as guidelines, etc. Now, the point is that all 40 of those regulators have not notified the code of ethics separately. So the point is that there is an individual, and because individuals are not their primary ambit, institutions are their primary ambit. So one part is that we need to have a framework for implementation, but the second part is that even we want the code of ethics to be part of our governance framework, which means that although we have referred to it in our different governance standards, but it is good to have a institutional framework to get it implemented inside the institution. Any comments on this initial background that I have provided? Because this product that we have right now being discussed as exposure draft, which is a implementation framework for code of ethics, is the second part of our comprehensive ethics project. The first part of the comprehensive ethics project was that we developed the code of ethics. The second part is that we have developed this institutional framework to implement that code of ethics. And the third part on which we are working, but honestly, we are not working actively. We have been quite busy at the governance board, so it has gone to our back burner. But that is the third part, is related to having a complete handbook of code of ethics. So actually, we want to expand on the code of ethics and provide practical guidance as to how the code of ethics need to be applied in the real life scenarios and what should be the general requirements. So it would serve as a illustration based like sort of guidance to implement the code of ethics in a better way, and obviously to serve as a training material as well. Maybe eventually there is one more thing in discussion, that is we might come up with the ethics portal as well. That will be actually providing means to Islamic financial institutions around the globe to have better training and better implementation and reporting of the ethical requirements. So this is something that is a very comprehensive project. First part was completed. Second part as exposure draft is in front of you. Third part in form of handbooks. Handbooks, some work is done, but it was a bit delayed. And inshallah, we'll try to complete it as soon as possible. And the fourth part might be an ethics portal, providing trainings, reporting, and monitoring mechanism for ethics. So with that, I would like to invite comments on the background that I have provided. Any comments? Okay. We haven't received any comment here till now. So from now onwards, I'll pass on the mic to my colleague, Brother Farhan Noor. Brother Farhan is head of our capacity building programs. Most of you might be knowing him already. But one thing you might not know, that Brother Farhan was like, sort of our team leader for working on this overall ethics project. He's a regular trainer on the topics of ethics as well. And the code of ethics and this standard, the main work has been done by Brother Farhan. So I would like Brother Farhan to actually take this public hearing forward from now onwards. I'm available to answer any specific questions or take note of any suggestions, but Brother Farhan will take it forward. Brother Farhan, if you can make it as a presentation sharing instead of a slide sharing. Yeah, that will be better actually for everybody. I can still see, yeah, okay. Maybe you need to hide the next slide.
The next slide? Which slide?
Yeah, next slides are appearing actually in this, in screen. But anyway, you can, if it's okay, you can go ahead. If it is not possible, then you can go ahead, please. So please, Brother Farhan, take it forward from here. I'm available anyway. Okay, thank you.
Jazakallah khair. I hope everybody can see me and hear me just fine. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I also want to personally thank all of you for taking the time out, for being here, for participating in this public hearing, especially on the topic of ethics, which is titled as Institutional Framework for the Implementation of Ethics. This is actually a very short standard. Come to think of it, if you look at the operative part of the code, the exposure draft, you'll find that this is just 3 pages long. That's it. And it has been a deliberate, conscious decision to keep it short. Otherwise, we could have expanded it. In fact, the total length of the standard is roughly around 30 pages. And that is primarily because of the content in the appendix of the standard, not in the operative part of the standard. And we'll come to that and discuss that in detail. But I just wanted to share with you this point, that this is a relatively very straightforward, simple, short standard. And just to set the context so that you can, understand the discussion better, the big question that we are trying to answer is as follows. How can you implement and institutionalize ethics in an Islamic financial institution such that the stakeholders, they hold themselves and others as well to higher standards of excellence? So what we want is, we want the stakeholders of Islamic financial institutions to institutionalize and ethics in their personal capacities as well as at institutional capacities. So how can you do that? So obviously you need to put in certain controls, systems and checks and balances, or in one word, institutional framework. The institutional framework needs to be there to ensure that the implementation of ethics come into place. So this is the big question that we are trying to address, how we can implement ethics in Islamic financial institution. Now, the title itself is quite descriptive and tells you exactly what the standard is all about. It's about institutional framework for the implementation of ethics. And the working group actually thought about the title at quite some time and proposed a number of different suggestions, alternatives, but this is the final one that we stuck to. I'll try to skip some of the slides in the best interest of time and to keep our discussion in focus. If you have any point on any paragraph that I'm skipping, then please hold me back. Unfortunately, I'm not able to see those who are raising their hands or putting any question in the question and answer tab. Sister Zahra or anybody else from AAOIFI Secretariat, if you can help me out on that part, that would be great.
Inshallah.
So this is the slide that I'm going to skip. Okay, so this is the big question that I was talking about. This standard primarily addresses how Islamic financial institutions can institutionalize ethical conduct so that their stakeholders embrace and hold themselves and each other accountable to higher standards. This standard does not require a one-size-fits-all approach. And this is an important point because in this standard, we have focused on principle-based guidance rather than giving the rules to the Islamic financial institutions. What we want is, we want the Islamic financial institutions to understand the core principles which should be upheld while developing the institutional framework. That's all. As long as you can uphold and implement those principles, we are good to go. We don't really get into the nitty-gritties of exactly how the institutional framework has been designed. So, and this is important because we don't want a one-size-fits-all approach, because it's not going to work out anyway. Because some institutions are small, some institutions are large, some are multicultural institutions, which means that the employees are coming from varied backgrounds, from varied ethnicities and nationalities and languages. So if we propose a one-size-fits solution, it's definitely bound to fail. Introduction. Now, this standard specifies a framework for institutionalizing ethical conduct. And again, it's a principle-based guidance approach. We want the institutions to build a framework which is flexible and accommodating to their specific needs and requirements based on the availability of the resources and the unique circumstances. Again, it's more or less the same thing, but here there is an important point. This is what we want the IFIs to do. What do we want IFIs to do? We want them to develop and implement a framework for implementation of ethics by incorporating the principles and the components mentioned in the standard, which is going to come in part A of the standard, part A and part B, I believe. So what are the reasons and the purposes behind developing and issuing this standard? And this is always very important to know where we are coming from, why we put in the time, the effort, and even money in developing this standard for the industry. So number one reason is to remind the directors, the key stakeholders, the directors, the top management, as well as the regulators, that they are actually responsible to institutionalize ethical conduct in their respective, as per their respective mandates and capacities. This is important. Internal stakeholders must realize that it is part of their mandate to institutionalize ethical conduct within their respective capacities. By the way, I would like to invite comments from all of you. What I'm doing is I'm sharing with you what's written in the standard, and I'm providing you with some context and some explanation. If you feel that the explanation is not good enough, if you feel that there are some gaps, there are some shortcomings, there are some errors, or maybe something has not been covered the way it should have been, please let us know, because this is the whole purpose of the standard. We want you to we want you to basically help us make this exposure draft a better quality. So I want you to think it from this perspective. I'm telling you that these are the reasons, these are the principles, these are the components of the standards. Now you are supposed to think how you are going to counter argue. How are you going to defend a position which is contrary to what we have taken? And then you will be able to come up with new insights and ideas. And then by way of mutual conversation and discussion, we can improve the standard together. So this is the idea basically. So again, I'm going to share with you our reasons for developing the standards. Maybe you have some of the reasons that should have been there but are not there. So share it with us. So the first reason is, like I mentioned, is to remind the key stakeholders that this is their responsibility. The second is to guide the institutions on how to best institutionalize ethical conduct. Now, obviously, if this is their responsibility, then they need guidance. So this standard has been developed to give them guidance on how to carry out their mandates. The third reason is we want to mandate the adoption of the AAOIFI Code of Ethics. And this is something that Brother Umar has already talked about, so I'll not get into the details of the matter. But obviously, if you're going to adopt this standard, it would automatically mean adopting the AAOIFI Code of Ethics as well. And we're going to discuss this point later on as well. And obviously, the core objective of developing this standard is to provide you with an implementation mechanism of implementing AAOIFI Code of Ethics, all right? And the fourth reason is to improve the trust quotient of various stakeholders in the values and practices of AAOIFIs and the Islamic finance industry. So obviously, reputational risk is one of the major concerns facing Islamic finance industry. One of the best ways to counteract that risk is to develop and improve the trust quotient of various stakeholders by improving the quality of ethics. If people see that Islamic finance is actually ethical and moral and subscribing to higher ethical values, the people they are dealing with, they have morals and character, which based on Sharia principles and teachings, and their trust and confidence in the ability to deliver on the promise of Islamic finance will greatly increase. So obviously this standard helps improve the trust quotient of various stakeholders to improve the integrity of Islamic finance. So these were some of the reasons for developing the standard. Now, we also want to acknowledge the fact that this standard was developed after looking at some of the work that has been done in the Western finance industry, or even at the government level and at the organizational level, standard setting levels. So these are the two main documents that we refer to. There were no cut, copy, pasting. You can refer to these documents yourself. Much of the content does not actually apply to Islamic finance, but what we wanted to see how they were conceptualizing the idea of institutionalizing ethics in their respective jurisdictions. This is what we wanted to understand, and this is what we tried to borrow and improve upon while developing our own standard for the specific for the Islamic finance industry. Okay, obviously, and this is an important point, because once we say that we have referred to an XYZ document, then some people might feel that we subscribe to all the documents issued by the respective organization. This is not so. Unless explicitly stated otherwise, AAOIFI does not endorse any specific standard or document issued by a third party. This is a very important point, a disclaimer perhaps. Now we come to the operative part of the standard. By operative, I mean that if the Islamic financial institution is found in violation or in contradiction with the provisions and the requirements of this standard, then they will be held liable and accountable, and they will be deemed and termed as non-compliant to this standard. So whatever we are going to discuss from now onwards till the point of appendix is actually very crucial. It must be complied with by Islamic financial institutions. So first we talk about the objectives of the standard. This is more of the same basically. So I'll skip this for now. I want to emphasize this point 1D. Now, the idea of developing this standard is not to magically somehow eliminate ethical lapses from Islamic finance industry altogether. It's never going to happen. No matter how good and strong and robust your controls and your checks and balances are to identify and mitigate ethical violations will still take place. Okay, nobody will become angels all of a sudden just because you adopted this standard. But what is most likely to happen is that systematic ethics violations will be prevented. And this is important because we have seen in the Western industry, unfortunately, Western finance world, that the whole department actually colludes with each other. All the employees of a given department, they collude. And they have an agreement that you scratch my back, I scratch your back, you hide my thing, I hide your thing, and together we make money illegally through malpractice. So this is something that cannot happen. Hopefully it cannot happen. The chances of happening will significantly reduce if Islamic financial institutions adopt the standard. And this is something that the Western financial institutions have done as well. So this is not a new requirement that AAOIFI is proposing by any stretch of imagination. And the idea is once you have this standard in place, you will be able to detect and respond to such violations in a timely and effective manner. So even if the violations take place, you'll still be able to detect and respond to such violations. Another objective of the standard is obviously, like I mentioned, is to safeguard the integrity of Islamic finance and to protect it from reputational risk. This is very important. If anybody feels that there should be more objectives to the standard, please do let us know in writing in the question and answer tab, in the chat tab. Maybe you can raise your hand if you want to speak. Okay. Now the scope of the standard. The scope of the standard. This standard will apply to Islamic financial institutions as well as Islamic social finance institutions, which include Waqf, Zakah, and Qarz-based microfinance institutions. And this standard mandates the adoption of the relevant AAOIFI Code of Ethics, which has already been discussed earlier. Now, what's outside of the scope of this standard is that it doesn't define what ethics is. It doesn't tell you what ethical values you should subscribe to. It doesn't tell you how to convert your products and services into ethical products and services. That's completely outside of the scope of standard. And while talking to you, I believe that this is something that maybe we can make part of the standard as well. We can have a heading, scope of the standard, and then a subheading out of scope as well. And maybe we can mention this much more explicitly if you all agree. Please let me know your thoughts on this in the chat box. I'm letting go these slides very quickly, but once we come to the principles and the components, then I would really need your participation. Right now, I understand this is just monologue. I'm just running through the slides, telling you what's already stated, giving you some explanations, but this is not how public hearings should be. But I'll reserve myself. I'll involve you when the time comes. Okay, I can see Nibrasul Huda Ibrahim has raised the hand. Sister Zara, if you can allow
Yes.
the person to talk, if that's possible.
Yes.
And also Mansurat Ayojimi. By the way, I'm butchering the names. Please excuse me for this and forgive me for this as well. Mansurat basically agrees with the suggestion that the out of scope should also be included in the exposure draft. So this is something that we'll take to the working group. Okay, I'll move on. Coming to the definitions. The institutional framework. Okay, so what does this term actually means? Institutional framework for the implementation of ethics. This is nothing but the checks and balances and the control mechanisms that you are supposed to develop and implement in an institution. And why would you do that? To integrate ethics into the routine functions and behaviors of its internal stakeholders as they carry out their respective responsibility. So in a nutshell, basically institutional framework means the governance and the control mechanisms which needs to be developed to implement ethics. Now, the term internal stakeholders has been defined here. So the internal stakeholders include the board of directors, Shari'ah supervisory board, senior management, particularly chief executive officer, management and staff of the respective institution. And this is pretty much straightforward. Okay, now this is the heart, the mind, and the soul of the exposure talk. This is where the discussion need to happen. Otherwise, we have failed our mission, basically. This is part of the standard, the principles of the institutional framework. I believe there are 6 principles. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. There are 6 principles based on which the institutional framework must be developed by an Islamic financial institution to implement and institutionalize ethics. And what are those 6 principles? Number 1 is the commitment to ethics at all levels. Now, as you can see my notes yourself, the idea is to make sure that the internal stakeholders are basically committed to the idea and the function of ethics. And as such, they need to develop a framework which must provide some provisions and requirements to ensure that the commitment is actually secured. Okay, so we need to put in certain controls and mechanisms in place to ensure that you get the commitment from the internal stakeholders to ethics. Now, how are you going to do that exactly? This is left to Islamic financial institution, because like I said, this is a principle-based standard primarily, because we're going to come to components as well, where we'll say that these are the minimum components that needs to be there as part of the institutional framework. But broadly speaking, this is what you need to do. You need to secure the commitment to ethics from all internal stakeholders. This is principle number 1. By the way, anybody has any point on this principle? Anybody wants to add something, take away from it? Any suggestion on how to improve it, how to, make it better? Or maybe if somebody feels that this is something far too, utopian, basically, this is not something which is implementable, not doable. Any comments? Anybody wants to say something, please? Okay, I move on for now. The second most important principle is the formalization of ethics requirements and expectations. Okay, so let me remove this. Otherwise, this is just a distraction. I don't need my notes. Formalization of ethics requirements and expectations. The idea here is to clearly establish what is mandatory and what is encouraged or recommended. Now, the worst thing that can happen is you, as an employee, doesn't know what's required and what's expected of me in terms of ethical behavior and conduct. So if I don't know what the Islamic financial institution expects of me in terms of ethical conduct and ethical behavior, how am I supposed to fulfill it? How am I supposed to respond to it properly and positively? I'll never be able to do it. And there will always be shortcomings and lapses. And this is why the Islamic financial institutions must put in black and white what's exactly required and expected of the employees in terms of requirements and expectations, ethical requirements and expectations. You need to formalize this in terms of words. Sometimes, it goes by way of culture. There is just common understanding amongst ourselves that we should not lie. But then lying has different aspects and dimensions to it. And you need to make it clear that, exaggerated truths is another form of lying. Partial truths or half truths is another form of lying. So these are different forms of lying that needs to be avoided. So it needs to be formalized. This is principle number 2. Again, this is a principle. What exactly are those ethical requirements and expectations? AAOIFI is not telling you that. Unless, of course, you go to AAOIFI Code of Ethics, which we make it mandatory. You have to go AAOIFI Code of Ethics. And once you go there, then you will exactly know, okay, these are the 6 ethical values which I must subscribe to, uphold, and implement in my individual personal respective capacities. So there is clarity in your thought. This is what's required of me. This is what's expected of me. But here we are just giving principles. Again, if an Islamic financial institution wants to add to those 6 ethical values which have been proposed by AAOIFI, then they're more than welcome to do so. Okay. Third principle. We want the Islamic financial institution to have sustained investment of human, financial, and technological resources in ethics. And this is very important, as you can imagine for yourself. It's one thing to say that we are all for ethics and we want to implement ethics and we believe in ethics and we'll make ethics part of our strategy, of our operational activities and our functional divisions, everything. But it's all good in words. We want to basically walk the talk. And how do you walk the talk? You invest in human, financial, and technological resources. Once you do that, then you can tell the world and to yourself, more importantly, that you're actually doing something to implement ethics at the institutional level. I have a question. Okay. There is a Montserrat again. There is a need for this ethic. This will differentiate Islamic financial institutions to conventional financial institutions. There's a need for this ethic. Okay, sorry, I'm unable to understand your question exactly. Maybe if you can rephrase it and help me understand better with an example, then I can respond to it in a better way. Apologies for that. So again, we were talking about walking the talk. So this is how you do it. Once you actually have human resources on ground, dealing with ethical issues, once you actually put in money in developing and implementing and running and monitoring and continually improving the institutional framework, and you also buy certain technologies to make it more efficient and effective, then only you can say, okay, you're doing something towards the cause of ethics in Islamic finance. Otherwise, it's all just talk. Principle number 4. Okay, the internal stakeholders, you must provide support to internal stakeholders to understand, own, and practice ethics while encouraging others to do so, to do the same as well. So this is a broad principle. What we are saying here is you need to have certain policies, procedures, controls, anything in place to ensure that the internal stakeholders, they actually understand and they own and they practice ethics. Because it's one thing to adopt the AAOIFI code of standards, and it's one thing to formalize it in a code of ethics. And it's completely different to make sure that the internal stakeholders actually understand those requirements and expectations, and they own it. It's not just about understanding, but they actually subscribe to it. It's part of their worldview. Okay, and they believe in it, and they're ready to practice it out. They're ready to implement it in their respective capacities at their team level and at their functional level, divisional level, and at the global institutional level as well. So as an Islamic financial institution, I need to have something in place to make this happen. This is principle number 4. I have another question. Okay, all 6 ethical principles are very essential for Islamic financial institution to differentiate itself from conventional financial institution. So that's a comment, rather a question, but I take it very positively. Thank you so much. Principle number 5. You need to nurture an organizational culture which encourages and incentivizes ethical conduct and discourages and penalizes unethical behavior. Again, this is very, very important. The culture is very important. People stay because of the culture, and people leave an organization because of the culture. Because if the culture is toxic, if people are backbiting and slandering and gossiping and name calling and leg pulling and God knows what, then who in his right mind would be part of that culture? Any sane person would love the opportunity to leave that organization the moment it gets it. So Islamic financial institutions, for them to have an organizational culture which is toxic in content is just haram. This is unacceptable. So you need to do something. You need to build culture. Cultures doesn't just happen by itself. Actually, it does. But when it does, it always goes in the negative direction. You have to build positive culture, ethical culture. And one of the best ways of doing it is to make sure that everybody is under the law. So you need to put in the policies to ensure that if you do the right thing, you will be incentivized, you will be rewarded. And if you, even if you are the star performer, you are raking in millions for Islamic financial institutions, if you are found in violation of ethical values, then you will be penalized, you will be punished in some way, form, manner, color, size, you will be punished. So this is a message, a clear-cut message that an Islamic financial institution must propagate within its institution to all the employees. Okay, so this is an important principle. How exactly are you going to do that? Again, I repeat myself, we have left this to the Islamic financial institution to decide. Okay, anybody wants to say anything, just to break the monologue? Is anybody even there?
Maybe Brother Yusuf Sultan wants to say something.
Brother Yusuf is here. It seems whatever I'm saying, everybody is just agreeing with it 100%. They have absolutely nothing to add to this or subtract to this. And this goes to show the quality of the standard. Otherwise, the alternative is, which is very scary, by the way, that they reject it 100%, and they don't want to comment it because they would probably feel that they are hurting my feelings or something. Rest assured, you will not be hurting our feelings. If you feel that this is not worthy of a standard coming out of AAOIFI, please let us know. But do please share your thoughts with us, okay? This was just said on a lighter note. But please, people, brighten up, say something, add some value to this. Otherwise, I feel that I'm just talking to a wall because literally I'm just talking to a screen right now. I cannot even see you. Anyway, I'll move on. I think this is the last principle. Let me check. Yes. The sixth principle of the institutional framework is periodic improvement of the institutional framework. Again, this is very important. What happens is you have this absolutely brilliant state-of-the-art multi-billion-dollar institutional framework, which you implement in an organization, and it runs smoothly and everything's fine. But after 5 years, it just devolves. It just goes stale, basically, because you have not kept up with the changes in the organization, in the industry, and you have not been continually improving. This reminds me of the Japanese way of doing business, Kaizen, continuous quality improvement, something like this. So this is applicable here as well. You need to periodically improve the quality and the quantity of institutional framework to enhance its efficiency and effectiveness. Okay, I think I have one hand raised. Abu Bokerin Diallo. Sister Sarah?
Yes, he's allowed to talk. Please, you may. Okay. Maybe raised by mistake.
Okay, Brother Ariful Haq also wants to say something, I believe. Okay, it was a mistake in raising his hand. He took it back immediately. Brother, please say something. Okay. Is he going to talk?
Nasreen is raising her hand. Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum assalam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you, brother, for good presentation. So just I want to ask you, do you think in the finance, Islamic finance institution can get benefit compare the general banking, especially in the role in government? They can, how is the benefit they can get? Do you understand me?
A benefit in terms of what?
Benefit from the person, or what is the person can take benefit from institution, finance institution, Islamic, especially in Egypt. There is no difference between Islamic banking or original banking. Same situation, same rules, same everything. What is the benefit from person and what is the benefit from banking? Thank you.
Okay, it's a good question, but unfortunately, it's completely unrelated with this standard. I can force it and force an answer. I can say that Islamic financial institutions, if they implement ethics the way it should be implemented in their products, in their transactions, in their services, in employee behavior and conduct, in their decision-making, at the strategic level, at the operational level, at the functional level, such that ethics permeates its DNA, it becomes part of their DNA, and they live and breathe ethics, then this would perhaps be one of the greatest, the most valuable benefit that customer can get out of from Islamic banking compared to conventional banking, because Islamic ethics will completely change the way things will work. The products will be fairer priced. It would actually meet the needs and requirements of the customers. I'm talking from the product's perspective. And it would not be just restricting itself and limiting itself to a certain checklist for Sharia compliance. It would go far beyond that. And in terms of customer service as well, once you have employees who are very active and motivated to be ethical in their conduct, they would go out of their way to welcome customers to their banking, and they would be more helpful, more, yeah. So, so this is the answer I'm giving to you right now is strictly from the ethics perspective. But obviously, if you take it from a broader perspective, there are many benefits that customers can get and the economy as well from Islamic banking. But this is a subject for a different date discussion. Let me move forward now. Now we come to part B, the components of the institutional framework. Okay, I have one question, but it's in French. So it needs to be translated first. Part B, components of the institutional framework. So I believe there are about, I think, 6 components of the institutional framework as well. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 components of the institutional framework. So after giving the principles, the 6 principles, we are asking the Islamic financial institutions to make sure that whatever institutional framework that you devise, you design and you develop, make sure that these 6 components are there. This is the minimum requirement. You can have 10 more components if you like, but cannot be less than these 6 components. But how you actually implement those components, again, it's left to the discretion of the Islamic financial institution. The first thing is obviously you need to adopt the AAOIFI code of ethics. This doesn't mean that you cannot have another code of ethics. You cannot have any other code of ethics other than AAOIFI code of ethics. All it says is that you need to adopt the AAOIFI code of ethics. Component number 2, you need to have board level ethics committee. Okay, board level ethics committee. Now, this is a mandatory requirement of this exposure draft. An institution shall establish a board ethics committee, which should either be a dedicated committee or an existing board committee to which the function may be assigned, such as the governance committee or the risk committee or the audit committee. So we are not asking the Islamic financial institution to have a separate, dedicated, brand new, shining committee at the board level. If they want, alhamdulillah, we have no issues. But if they also want to integrate, if you want to add this this requirement of having ethics committee to any existing committee, then they can do that as well. Okay. The third thing is ethics risk assessment. An institution shall periodically conduct an ethics risk assessment to evaluate the effectiveness and impact of its institutional framework. Subsequently, a comprehensive improvement plan shall be developed and implemented to address any shortcomings identified. This is a point that we have discussed already in the principles part, but we have made it part of the components as well. What we want Islamic financial institutions to do is to make sure that they conduct ethics risk assessment. So once you have this institutional framework in place, you need to find out what are the shortcomings of this institutional framework. And then you need to provide a comprehensive improvement plan to plug any gaps and to address those shortcomings. The fourth component of the institutional framework is the capacity building program. Now, again, I mentioned this to you in the principles that it's one thing to have the code of ethics, and it's completely another to have the internal stakeholders understand that code of ethics, own that code of ethics, and implement it. So how are you going to achieve this task? You can achieve this task by having a comprehensive capacity building program. Okay. And this will include training and awareness programs through various means and measures for all internal stakeholders on periodic basis. Okay, so it has to happen every year, every biannually or every year. It has to be periodic in order for them to properly understand, own, and implement ethics requirement in their respective work areas. The fifth component of the institutional framework is self-declaration. Now, the institution shall require relevant internal stakeholders, not all internal stakeholders, but relevant. And by relevant, I mean key internal stakeholders like the board of directors, the chief of chief executive officer, the senior management, to periodically provide self-declarations of compliance with the requirements of the relevant AAOIFI Code of Ethics, as well as other applicable organizational policies and procedures. So what we are asking here is that the relevant stakeholders are going to provide in writing a declaration that we were not involved in insider trading. We are not involved in conflict of interest. We have taken decisions in an objective, transparent, independent manner, something like this. So they need to make this self-declaration in writing on periodic basis. Another component is the ethics, incentive, and disciplinary mechanism. Idea is to integrate evaluation of ethical conduct into its performance appraisal system to significantly influence compensation, promotion, and other benefits of internal stakeholders, as well as a disciplinary mechanism to deal with those responsible for ethics violation based on the severity of the violation. So in Islam, as you know, that you judge a person, an employee, based on two aspects, competency and ethics, right? Kavi and Amin. How trustworthy and truthful the person is, and how competent and proficient a person is in terms of knowledge and skill set and everything. So in the performance appraisal, unfortunately, we always focus on the competency side. The targets met, the workload fulfilled, met, the deadlines met, or the number of projects completed, and so on and so forth. But we typically neglect the ethical part. So this standard basically makes it mandatory as a component of the institutional framework that the Islamic financial institution must integrate this evaluation of ethical conduct of every employee in its performance appraisal system. And not only that, to give a very high weightage to it as well. So if somebody does very well, he must be compensated accordingly, not compensated, rewarded accordingly for his ethical conduct. But if somebody has shown lapses and shortcomings in ethical conduct, then he must be adequately and appropriately and penalized. So there has to be this evaluation of ethical conduct, and then there has to be a disciplinary mechanism as well. I think this is the last component of the institutional framework, the violation reporting mechanism. And this is very important because we want the internal stakeholders to report violations. Obviously, we don't want backlash for internal stakeholders. We don't want them to be harassed later on for doing this. So there has to be a mechanism in place, a very robust violation reporting mechanism, which ensures the anonymity of the person reporting the violation, and also ensuring that there is no backlash. So for example, if I'm reporting my manager for ethical violation and he comes to find out that I reported him, obviously there has to be severe backlash in terms of poor performance appraisals, and work relationship will deteriorate further, and so on and so forth. So this is something that we need to avoid. And we can do that by having this component of the institutional framework. Now, as I mentioned earlier, this is not a one-size-fits-all approach. We are providing principle-based guidance. What we want the institution is to take this guidance, the principles and the components, and then they have to think on their own on how best to implement it based on the nature of its operation, size, and structure. Okay, so if the operation is small or larger, or the structure is like I talked about, like multicultural organizations where they face different difficulties, one of which is language. Yes, everybody may speak a common language like English, but their mother tongue would be different. So we need to address that part as well. Okay, so this concludes the operative part of the standard. Okay, another very important point. This is the last point of the standard, the exposure draft. It says that an institution can actually outsource all the components of the institutional framework. The 7 components that I discussed with you, if an Islamic financial institution believes that it would be more cost effective and it would be in their best interest to outsource the components instead of developing it in-house, then this standard actually gives them the permission to do so. The decision to outsource shall be made with the approval of the board ethics committee and only after conducting due diligence on the risk posed by third parties, taking into account ethical considerations such as integrity, privacy, confidentiality, and security. Obviously, this is quite an important point because, for example, if you outsource this component of the institutional framework, the ethics violation reporting mechanism. Now, this means that the third party may find themselves in a position to find out exactly who reported. So there might be some privacy issues, confidentiality issues, and these third parties will have access to data about Islamic financial institutions related to ethical violations happening within the institution. Now, this is very serious. So this obviously doesn't need to be leaked out in the public. So the institution, therefore, has to take prior approval of the board ethics committee, and they also need to conduct due diligence of the risk posed by the third party to ensure that they do not compromise on these considerations which I've mentioned on your screen: integrity, privacy, confidentiality, and security. So this concludes the standard. We believe that the standard, I think it would be issued this year, definitely, inshallah, and it would be made effective on 1st of July, 2024. Now, what is this Appendix B? Let me check if anybody has said anything. Okay, Brother Abdo, in the context of Islamic finance, the ethics committee of the board periodically reviews the effectiveness of the institutional framework in achieving its objectives. In your opinion, what period do you find optimal or applying it? Again, we have left this to the discretion of the Islamic financial institution themselves. This is, broadly speaking, a principle-based approach. We have said that the ethics committee needs to be there at the board level. These are the functions. Actually, we are going to go into the details while we are discussing Appendix B of exactly what they need to do. The periodicity for everything, they will decide. Okay. But it has to be annual. At minimum, it has to be every year, to the best of my understanding. Okay, we have like maybe 10 minutes left. What we have done in Appendix B is we have devised an institutional framework, a model institutional framework for Islamic financial institutions. Okay, so if any Islamic financial institution wants to adopt this standard, but feels that they don't have the resources to think about how best to, develop an institutional framework based on the principles and the components that we have provided, what they need to do is simply refer to Appendix B, cut, copy, paste everything, amend it as per their policies and internal policies and so on and so forth, and then finalize the institutional framework within a record time. Okay, so this is just for the convenience of the industry that we've developed this model institutional framework. Okay, so principle number 1, commitment to ethics at all levels. So how can you do this? Number 1, you need to embed and nurture ethics as a core value. So every institution has their vision statement, mission statement, and some values as well. So as part of their core value, they need to ensure that ethics feature left, right, front, and center. Okay. Number 2, they must demonstrate commitment to ethics. There's no point in talking about ethics without demonstrating their commitment to it. And I think we have said, yes, for each of these things, the details are going to come next. And the third is give voice and visibility to ethics. Okay, we have 3 hands raised. Actually, it's 2. Brother Hussein, you want to say something?
Yeah, thank you so much. I would like just maybe it's not very direct related to the issue, but we have some kind of idea to First of all, thank you for the good, wonderful presentation for this. I attended truly from half of it. But we have also put a proposal that to the management of AAOIFI, and maybe next week I will be in Bahrain, and I'll try to get a meeting with you. There is an idea to put one of the well-esteemed organizations like AAOIFI, beside IC, CAMS, and other things. There is an idea to put MBA and DBA for certification of banking institution in Yemen. And we choose also AAOIFI, one of our subjects. It will be discussed in details how we can work on it. And AAOIFI is one of our partnership in this project. It's part of also to make all the banking system to understand Islamic standards and how to put it, because when there is a package of kind of teaching for all, and part of it, the subject is Islamic banking, governance, SCAA and CIB. And this is what you have to design, a kind of professional certificate that all the candidates take it, and it will be part of the DBA certificate, which will be produced by higher banking institution in Yemen, which there will be a related. This idea could help all the banking, which there is a big market in.
No, I got your point, Brother Hussein. I got your point. It's a good point. Inshallah, we're looking forward to meeting you as well. We'll discuss this point in detail. Okay. Given the short amount of time available at my disposal, I need to breeze through the standard. So, so we'll have a detailed discussion separately, inshallah. Okay.
Inshallah. Thank you so much.
Okay. So when we're talking about principle 1, commitment to ethics, one of the point was embed and nurture ethics as a core value. Okay, so the point here is that you need to give ethics the precedence in all matters, such as those involving strategic planning, business development, policy making, relationship management, decision making, culture building, everything. It needs to be fully embedded in every aspect of the institution's activities and operations. If you embed ethics in one part of the organization and completely remove it from the other part of the organization, it shows that you are not fully committed to ethics. And that is why the principle says commitment to ethics at all levels. So you embed and nurture ethics as a core value. And this is how you can do this. The second point is demonstrate commitment to ethics. How can you demonstrate commitment to ethics? Number one, you make a public and private proclamation, a statement that you are committed to ethics. So if you are an Islamic financial institution, you should make a you should make a proclamation, a statement, a public statement, and let the industry and the world know that you stand for ethics. Okay, you're fully committed to ethics at all levels. This is one thing that you can do. Second thing is you can demonstrate your commitment through your speeches, through writings, maybe any articles that you're writing, and by way of conduct, obviously. And you can also demonstrate ethics on an ongoing basis with periodic re-emphasis. Okay, so I don't exactly know what this means. So this I'll B4C. The point actually is very clear that this has to be a periodic demonstration of commitment, but I think this is not worded correctly. So this is something that we look into. Another thing that you can do is you can develop a comprehensive plan, and this plan should be carried out by all stakeholders individually in their personal capacities and collectively at the institutional level. So these are some of the things that you can do. Another thing you can do is you are encouraged, not mandated. You are encouraged to support and participate in industry initiatives that adopt and implement better ethical conduct. So it's one thing to proclaim that you stand for ethics and you believe in ethics and you want to promote the cause of ethics, and it's completely different to invite others, to encourage others, to motivate other Islamic financial institutions to join your hands as well. So this is now, you're not doing good at your end, but you're encouraging others to do good as well. But this is now demonstration of your true and pure commitment to ethics. Give voice and visibility to ethics. How can you give voice and visibility and significant role to ethics in decision making at every level? So number one thing that you can do is you can give ethics due consideration in the boardroom and in senior management decision making. So if you have ethics being discussed at a departmental level, at a junior level, and there is no discussion at the board level or at the management level, then it means your commitment is falling short of the expectations. Another thing that you can do is you can create an environment where employees feel free to speak up and act on ethical issues. So if somebody feels that a person is not behaving ethically, he's using bad, profane language, and you want to call him out, so he should feel free and empowered enough to speak up against that profanity. Okay. If the person feels, no, the environment doesn't give me the strength, the power, the courage to speak up against ethical violations, then it's quite a possibility that the problem is not at the employee level, but at the institutional level. Okay. The environment is not there for the person to speak up. Another thing that you can do is make ethics an important criterion for professional success, growth, and recognition for all employees. This is something that we discuss on the component part. If you make ethics part of the performance appraisal process, then obviously you're showing commitment to ethics because you're willing to pay or recognize employees who are performing better on the ethical front, not just on the competency part. Another thing that you can do is you must allow ethics to be one of the deciding factors when competing objectives such as revenue, profitability, reputation, market share are present. So obviously when you're discussing at the board level or at the management level, and you have these competing objectives, you want to focus on revenue, you want to focus on profitability, reputation of the institution, the market share, and all these financial KPIs, you must never forget the ethical KPI as well. Okay, it has to be a deciding factor. In some of the situations, it's quite possible that only because of ethical considerations, you backed out from doing something or taking a decision based solely on profitability. Okay. Now, formalization of ethics requirements and expectations. How can you do that? Number one, like I said, simply adopt the AAOIFI Code of Ethics. Then you develop or you update organizational policies and procedures with due considerations to ethics. So you obviously have your own set of policies and procedures for your institution. Make sure that that those policies and procedures are revised from the perspective of ethical requirements or provisions. Okay, it must be compliant with ethics, the policies and procedures. And the third thing that you can do is conduct ethics risk assessment. Now, these are some of the explanations. I'll not go into the details. Actually, this is quite a very important point. Point number two. Point number two is that if you are a multicultural institution, so where multiple languages are spoken, you make sure that the AAOIFI Code of Ethics is translated to all those languages of your employees, the mother tongues of your employees, because it's quite possible that they would understand the Code of Ethics much better in their native mother tongue. So this is something that you should think about. And obviously you need to make the AAOIFI Code of Ethics accessible to all internal stakeholders. So if you adopt the AAOIFI Code of Ethics, but it's in your system and nobody has access to the system, so what's the point of it? So if you adopted the Code of Ethics, but nobody has access to it, you need to make that code accessible to everybody. And that's why we mentioned that accessibility is not in terms of physical access only, but language barriers must also be removed. Develop or update organizational policies. Again, the idea is to detect and mitigate risk or threats to the requirements of ethical conduct. That's the reason you need to mitigate, because if you have certain HR policies which are not ethical in content, they may be Sharia compliant, but not ethical. They're not aspiring for the level of ihsan. Then you need to revise those policies accordingly. An institution shall develop the organizational policies and procedures to promote ethical conduct at all levels and across all functions. This is a point we've already discussed. Okay, ethics risk assessment. The idea is to identify gaps and deficiencies, like I've already told you and discussed with you. It could be in the areas of strategy and operations, when you're designing and you're selling and implementing products and services that could have an impact on ethical conduct of individuals. So obviously, if you have this policy that every individual must bring in $1 million within 1 month. Okay, $1 million within 1 month. Now, this is not practically possible unless you resort to unethical means. So you're basically indirectly forcing the employees to lie, to cheat, to missell, misrepresent the customer, your products to the customers. So indirectly, you're forcing your employees to do something unethical. So you need to identify these ethical threats, and then you need to address those ethical threats. And this can be done by way of conducting ethics risk assessment. Okay, once you identify the material risk, obviously you need to do something about it. You're not going to leave it on as-is basis. You're going to do, you need to develop an improvement plan so that those risks can be either eliminated or at least the threat of those risks can be minimized. Now, principle number 3, sustained allocation of resources, human and financial, for ethics. Okay. Human and financial for ethics. There are 3 things that AAOIFI is saying that an Islamic financial can do with respect to this principle. Number 1, they can establish ethics committees. Number 2, they can specify the roles, responsibilities, and authorities of the respective ethics personnel. And number 3, allocate adequate financial resources. So these are some of the details with respect to each of the 3 things. The first thing is they must establish a board ethics committee. This is a mandatory requirement. Yeah. Okay. So I'm being informed that time has run out really. Maybe we need to wrap up within the next 5 minutes or so. I understand that this standard has already been shared with you well in advance. I hope you had the opportunity to go through it and you made some points. If you would like to share those points with me at this point in time, please let me know so that I can take in, we can discuss, and we can incorporate, and we can record it at our end. So example of KPIs that relate to ethics. Factors, KPIs that can be implemented in ethics requirements. On the institutional framework for the implementation of ethics, the institutional framework for ethics should begin with communication, raising awareness, taking into account the spirit of ethics, and then moving on to the framework stage. The framework of ethics is nothing but the taking into account of its spirit in its institutional aspects. I agree with you, but the idea here is we're talking in a all-encompassing manner when we refer to or we talk about institutional framework. Institutional framework is the umbrella, basically, and within that umbrella, everything happens. So what you're talking about, raising awareness and communicating, it's all part of that umbrella. Brother Hikmat, I couldn't understand your question really. Factors or KPIs that relate to ethics, in what context? I mean, what part of my discussion did you raise this question so that I understand the context and I can respond to you in a better way? Let me quickly go through the remaining slides. Okay, so these are some of the functions of the board ethics committee, okay? And you can read this for yourself. If you feel that we have missed out on something important, something material, please send us by way of email or to me directly by way of WhatsApp. There's another requirement that we are suggesting in the appendix, which was not mentioned in the components. In the components, we said that the Islamic financial institution must establish an ethics committee at the board level. Here we are saying that the Islamic financial institution should have another ethics committee, but at the management level. Okay, and this management committee will be, this ethics management committee will be responsible for designing and implementing and running and improving the institutional framework. Okay, so ethics committee. Okay, here we are saying, talking about the responsibilities of the management ethics committee. Actually, to be very honest with you, what we have written in the standard, I doubt anybody would have any objection to it. I doubt anybody would speak anything contrary to it. Everybody would accept it because it's so common sense, it's sensible, it makes sense. Intuitively, it makes sense. This is what Islamic financial institutions must do. The question here is, have we missed out on anything? This is the big question. I think one of the reasons I was looking forward to this public hearing in particular was to find out, have we missed out on something? Because I know what we have written is pretty much okay. We can issue the exposure draft tomorrow as a final standard, and I doubt anybody would say that we have written something which is completely wrong, which is not how things work. This is how things work, or this is how things should work. But have we missed out on something? This is the big question. I'll end this public hearing now, and I want to thank all of you for attentively listening to me. Unfortunately, you did not participate much. You did not comment on anything. So that is something which I don't know what was the reason behind it. Maybe the standard itself is in perfect condition and you agree with it wholesale. Thank you so much. In any way, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Thank you, dear brother Farhan, and thank you for all the participants for your comments, for your feedback. If you still have some more comments, you can send them to us to governance@aifi.com. And please check our website for the upcoming, for the details about the upcoming public hearings. We would like to conclude by thanking our partners, NSEP University, ISRA Research Management Center, KNKS, Adil Advisory, and Salihan. Thank you so much, and fi amanillah.